You got kicked out of the old chat? Yeah, because I haven't been able to figure out how to I haven't yet been able to figure out how to make it so I can schedule them and then go live directly to the link. There's something weird about it. You can only schedule it from the YouTube app. I don't go live from YouTube. I use a streaming software to do it. And so, like, I schedule it, and I just have to go live to a different link. It's very annoying, and I wish I had a better solution for it. By the way, yesterday I didn't get copyright struck at all, so pretty stoked on that. What the heck is going on here? This looks wrong. What? Sorry, chat. It's going to take me a couple minutes to get myself completely together, so stick around and we'll get right to it. I crashed your TV? How did I do that? I have no idea how that happened so live. I did not do that. I don't have that kind of power. Okay. Sorry, chat. Just trying to get everything set up here. I restarted my computer before the stream. Wait, is this on repeat? Oh no. It's the second ending. But yeah, thank you, Gabby. It is good to hear. The way I've circumvented it is by playing music that I own the rights to, so. Yes, get those likes up. B-Cat is right, get the lights up. There it is. Mowing up. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good for Gabby here. No, don't do that. There we go. Okay. Cat has a bag of Reese's mini cups. Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Pace yourself, B-Cat. Pace yourself. Your stomach will thank you. Okay, I think I have everything running properly. Check this one. Words. Wait a second, my mouth isn't moving. Check. Fucker. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Check. Okay. I gotta get so many things going for the stream every day. Alright. It is all set up. We are good to go. I'm gonna turn off this music. Your head says I'm right, but your heart says it's never heard of pacing yourself before. Fair point, fair point. I'm not going to intervene. Ah, shit, there's one other thing I didn't check. That's this. Which I would argue is pretty important. By the way, since it's Sunday Fun Day, I'm just going to hang out at Space Lake while I'm working on this. Actually, no. Let's go to the pool. Good old Galactic bar and pool. Wait a second, my microphone is not working again. What is happening with this program? I am resetting it. That is super annoying. What is happening? It's getting okay. We got sound there. So why isn't it making it over to VTube? Ah, it's so annoying. Okay, wait. It's working. Nice. Let's hope that stays working for this whole time. Let's see if this is working.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Good question, MTG.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Don't be creepy.
Oh, Sophia, you're so right.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
Everything's working. That's awesome. It's very satisfying for me. I only have to have like 17 programs to make it running all smoothly. Moderation is not your favorite. It's nobody's favorite. Let's be real. Let's be really, really real. Nobody's a big fan of moderation. Just a thing that we should attempt to do. Strive for, if you will. Anyway, let's start the stream. What do you think? Oh, God. Another day. Another stream. Another 4 to 6 hours worth of horrific things to deal with. Thankfully, it's Sunday FUNDAY, so maybe we can be optimistic and things might be good. Fingers crossed, people. Now let's go on another galactic journey together. Okie dokie. Fix that. Yep. Okay. And first video. Let's see. Where are we starting? Where are we starting? Do I even need to ask? Starting in the US, actually, because it's Sunday FUNDAY. We're going to start with a little bit of unnormal video for us to watch here, which I just found incredibly interesting. Done by David Dole at the Rational National. If anybody knows how to get a hold of David, let him know. I owe him money for this video, probably, or unless he's cool with it. But you get what I'm saying. We're just gonna watch a snippet of it. Because I've been talking about this, I feel, for a little while, and I think it illuminates perfectly what I've been thinking and saying. This is a video about how top CNN anchors are currently facing a huge pay cut. Feta and provolone. All you people are just talking about food right now, making me hungry already. Thanks, guys. Whoa, what in the hell is going on? This is not supposed to look like this. Oh, that fun. There we go. Wait, that's muted.
What to happen at CNN, which may have an effect on the entire media industry, and that is the potential of top anchors getting their salaries slashed. Now, I'm going to go over in this video, just the amount of money these people make, which is kind of insane for what they do, but also an example that showcases these top anchors really aren't all that important to the networks as some of these networks may think they are. And I'll get to, an alternative that one anchor is doing now that he's left cable news. But this all starts with this piece here. So this, in the wrap, they, or Emily Smith, I should say, wrote the story on the 15th.
Too quiet?
Oh,
thank you. Oh, no, I'm always paying close attention to my shortcomings as Streamlord. Much appreciated. Truly appreciated. Yes, very quiet. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you while you can't hear the video. Hopefully this is better. One's in chat if it's better.
And star salaries as Mark Thompson digs in. So this is Mark Thompson here. He is the new CNN boss. And he was apparently stunned at the amount of money that anchors at CNN are making.
Oh, it truly
So
is
he
stunning,
comes
though.
from
It truly is. It's incredibly stunning. I don't know if any of you have seen this yet, or if any of you are aware of the numbers, but it's nuts. I mean, just look at. I mean, he's gonna explain it, so let him talk for like 30 more seconds. Hello, go web, go please.
world of BBC. He's the former head of BBC, and I assume anchors at CBC are not making anywhere near the kind of money that anchors at CNN are making.
Oh, Soul Life said turn it up first. You're right. You should get credit for that. Everybody, write that down. Okay. Soul Life, first one to say turn it up.
So, the anchor salaries, currently more than 50 million, is in his sights. So some of the top earners there: Anderson Cooper, who makes an estimated 20 million a year.
Anderson Cooper is the highest paid ghost in the world. I swear to God. It is nuts. Sometimes I can't watch Anderson Cooper because he's so white that I'm blinded by it, you know? And even with the sort of tricky lighting they try to use, it's somewhat offensive to the eyes. And let's not forget that Anderson Cooper comes from the very infamous, if you will, Vanderbilt family, which used to literally own everything in America. Literally everything. Like you know how people talk about Rothschilds? The Vanderbilts owned, I think, more than the Rothschilds did at that time. The list is staggering. It's genuinely staggering. And you know what? Maybe we'll look at it. We'll look at it in a second. I'm just going to let him talk for a little bit more. I may let him go 20 seconds.
I got to already stop. Anderson Cooper, who is... I have video... Okay. Let's put aside how good he is as a television journalist, I suppose, or whatever you want to call them, you know, an anchor. Anderson Cooper does not offer anything unique that anyone else in his place couldn't offer. If I turn on...
The thing about Anderson Cooper is I feel like that's exactly what he does offer, is a lack of a different opinion. He's so centrist that he oozes it like this sort of garbage. Oh, hey, good to see you, Mitty. There's no way he's worth $20 million. Yeah, like as a salary, it's ridiculous. Tucker Carlson was replaced immediately. There's nobody. There's literally nobody that's irreplaceable on TV. 100%. And just for fun, and we're done with this video for now. Well, for perpetuity. But this is interesting. And granted, it's Wikipedia. It might be off slightly, but this shit is cuckoo bananas. Okay, where is it? Okay, hold on. I'm switching screens. He's milk. Yeah, he is the embodiment of what milk is. Yeah. He's milk toast. He's human. Like if milk toast, the definition of milk toast took the form of a human being, that would be Anderson Cooper. Wait, why does this look like this? This is ridiculous. I'm fixing something, chat. I'm sorry. After restarting my computer just does whatever it wants to and just kind of acts like a crazy person. No, what are you doing? That is not what I told you to do. There you go. Here you go, pal. Oh, man. Sorry about that, chat. That was rough. Okay. So, this is a list. And it might be hard to read. I could probably zoom it slightly. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Can zoom in. Alright. It's a list of businesses that the Vanderbilt family was involved in and or had a significant or controlling interest, according to Wikipedia. Wait a second. I got... Oh, fuck. Why? Uh-oh. Airlock problems. Okay. All right. Now look at it. The list is immense. All right. Allaire Ironworks, Beach Creek Railroad, Big Four Railroad, Biltmore Farms Company. Biltmore was actually very well-known family as well. Boston and Albany Railroad, Canada Southern Railroad, Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad. Like literally every railroad, mining and smelting company, Rapid Transit Company. Like literally all the ferries and railroads. And then here's some philanthropic and miscellaneous nonprofit organizations they helped found or are still involved in. American Women's War Relief Fund, Biltmore Forest School, Fogg Hospital, International Auxiliary Language Association, the Jockey Club, the Metropolitan Motherfucking Opera, Scarborough Presbyterian Church. Like, it goes on and on. Country clubs, hospitals, like... And then there's an entire list of, like, estates and historic sites over here. Like, they literally at one point basically owned America, okay? They're the definition of aristocracy. It's like Samsung. Oh, man. It's a great analogy. Oh, God, that one got me good. I wasn't ready for that. Next time, let me know you're going to make jokes like that, okay? I'm not prepared for that. Okay. Next video is we're gonna hit up a couple of climate related things. Nothing too crazy, but just kind of illustrating some of the erratic weather happening around the world right now.
A March blizzard batters parts of California and other western states. ABC's Faith Abube is in Truckee, California for us once again this morning with the latest. Faith, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Whit. What you're seeing around me is patio furniture that's buried in several feet of snow. The heavy snow and the gusty winds making for a dangerous travel combination here on the mountains. Highway Patrol telling us between 200 and 300 drivers got stuck in whiteout conditions on Interstate 80. Even highway personnel, emergency crews, and tow truck drivers.
This snowbank is like almost taller than her. Like there's only like what, like 7 inches here maybe. Good God, that is a lot of snow.
Had a hard time getting to them. This morning, millions on alert as extreme weather hits California, impacting nearly every state in the West. The strongest winter storm of the season, slamming the Sierra Nevada mountains with blankets of snow. The life-threatening blizzard even shutting down Interstate 80 for more than 70 miles. Hundreds of drivers rescued as gusty winds caused intense whiteout conditions.
It's a rash of bad luck, I guess.
Truck driver Bob Alverson getting stuck on the icy roads. And here along Interstate 80, you can see just how high the snowpack has gotten. In some places like this, as high as 5 feet tall. In the town of Truckee, several feet of snow blocking doors to houses and apartments.
I could barely open the door.
It was waist deep to get out of the house this morning. Luckily, the plows were moving.
And unfortunately, though, the National Weather Service just extended the blizzard warning till tomorrow morning. And then we're expecting about a foot of snow today. And there's another system after that once this is over. So
you did snow removal in 2003 and the snow was like that. Your arms had stretch marks. Yeah. And the thing is, I'm not doing this or watching this video to somehow say that snow in this area is unusual. Just to make that clear. But my point is that a lot of the snow like this hasn't been seen in these places on a regular basis. People let their guards down. Salt trucks get parked. Things like that. And suddenly you have something like this. And that's one of the unintended effects of global warming, right? Is people change their patterns to try and mimic what's happening with the seasons. And then, you know, you get huge snow like this and people aren't ready. You get, you know, blocks on roads and people getting hurt or trapped, and it's bad. So anyway,
Long ways to go, but people here, they are taking it in stride and they're hunkered down. Janae?
And we're thinking about them and thinking about you, Faith, as you have taken that weather coverage in stride. So we appreciate you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube.
all right, next, I think that's all I got for the US right now. Well, actually, no, we're going to come back to the US quickly in a little bit, but we are now just going to leave the US. Still sticking with some climate-related stuff. This one's a bit more serious. 17 municipalities across Brazil have just declared a state of emergency. This is as of 15 hours ago, according to TRT World. Yes.
17 municipalities across Brazil
Look at that.
declared
Oh
a
my
state of
freaking
emergency.
god. That's like Katrina. That's straight up Katrina level. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh, man. I don't mean to laugh. This is just heartbreaking, but you know, laugh or cry, people, and that's, you usually go with the former. Dang, that's a lot of flooding. That's like an entire city. Like they said, 17 municipalities. So I don't know if that, how many, this seems like more like one municipality to me, but holy cow. That is a lot of water.
Declared a state of emergency. The western city of Brasilia completely cut off from neighboring towns.
Even the bridge.
The flooding was bad enough
oh my
to affect...
god. Sorry, chat. I haven't even seen this one. I just clicked it because I put it onto my list because I knew it was going to be important to cover this. But wow, even the bridge, which is intended to go over a river there, look at how the river's just so hot. It's become, the whole area is like a lake. That is crazy. Oh my god. Literally, no more vehicles work. You have to now boat. That's the only way to get around here. This one guy with a boat over here, or whoever. Oh my god, just lucked out, I guess. Don't let what get in your mouth. What's happening? I don't know what you're saying.
The flooding was bad enough to affect healthcare access. Some 30 hemodialysis patients had to canoe to continue their treatments.
Jesus Christ.
This is considered the second largest flood in the city of Brasilia. To this level of disaster, we have...
People who are on dialysis already have pretty low energy, from my understanding, so having them have to go by canoe anywhere, I mean, I'm not saying it's life-threatening, but it's certainly inconvenient and probably difficult for them. Deforestation runoff. Yeah. Yeah. Well, when you take away all the trees, then the root systems die. Then the banks are put into situations where erosion can't be fought off, and stuff like this happens. That's a good point, Mitty.
Various isolation cases, and the city is completely isolated by land.
In Peru, 800 people lost their homes when 33 blocks of houses were destroyed. The heavy downpour and heat led to a spike in dengue fever, with more than 31,000 cases recorded in the first 2 months of 2024.
The first thing we did was to evacuate the healthcare station because of the strategic nature of this type of institution, and the affected population was evacuated at the beginning.
And in the Bolivian town of Cabija, 500 homes were flooded. Heavy rains also led to landslides that blocked a train line path leading to the world-famous Inca ruins of Machu Picchu.
I have no help. It started raining yesterday evening. Everything was flooded and my things got bad. Everything was washed away. I have nothing left.
I'd point out, I'm just looking up right now, and it would appear according to the CDC, 1 in 20 people who get dengue will potentially die. Fading fast, fading fast. No big deal, Mitty. It's good to see you, though. It's good to see you. Good to see everybody here in chat. Yeah, goodness. Yeah, so what did they say? 30,000 people now have dengue? So what? 1 in 20? So that's like 1,500 people that might die.
There's been more erratic weather across South America, and the El Niño phenomenon has made the heat all the more unbearable. An especially destructive rainy season for communities that have lost everything, and a magnitude of extreme weather unseen by locals.
Oh, good God.
Danielle Neri, TRT World.
I thought having to come through the airlock was inconvenient. That looks terrible.
The annual meeting of China's legislature.
Can you imagine coming home and just walking through chest-high water to get to your door? Crazy. Okay. Oh, I skipped something, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Honestly, no. Let's watch it. Let's watch it. Watch it right now. Before we get too far away from America. I'm sorry if Sunday Funday is not yet fun, living up to its name.
The annual meeting of
I got
China's
some stuff to
legislature, the
cover,
National People's Congress,
and then hopefully
opens
we'll
this
have
week
more
in
fun.
Beijing.
All right. By the way, if you have any ideas for Sunday Funday, you let me know, and I'll try and incorporate them into today. No promises. It's all depending on what I'm capable of, but hey, you know, I'm open to ideas. All right, this next video, and
Kara Swisher knows all tech moguls for the past.
I don't expect her to say anything too based or genuinely all that relevant, but when I saw this come across my feed, I really wanted to watch it. So this is tech journalist Kara Swisher. She's quite well known within the tech space. And I mean, the fact is, like, she's kind of a technocrat. Like, she rarely really challenges corporations, mostly tech corporations, even though it's her job as a journalist. And she mostly kind of glad hands with them and kind of enjoys the benefits of living side by side with billionaires. And in this video, however, she says that the US government needs to step up on regulating big tech. So I'd really like to hear what she has to say. You're going to do a space mutiny. That doesn't sound fun. What does that entail? You have to start making people care about other people on this planet. It's a great point, and hopefully we can contribute to that here in some form or fashion. Okay, whoops. Yeah. All right, Kara, enlighten us. What do you got?
30 years, she's had a front row seat covering the industry and its leaders, from Bill Gates and Steve Jobs.
But what's the greatest misunderstanding between you and your relationship?
To Mark Zuckerberg.
This is a great moment in internet history.
And Elon Musk.
What's the mood of Elon today?
Swisher knew them before
What's the
they
mood
changed
of
the
Elon
world.
today?
Now she shared.
That's her journalism. That is her journalism. That's the woman we're talking about right now, okay? What's Elon's mood today? What's Elon thinking right now? Did I make a funny joke? Okay, Kara.
Everything in her new book, Burn Book, A Tech Love Story. I spoke to Kara Swisher about that access over the decades and the political response needed to rein in big tech. Kara Swisher, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
This book really illustrates all these different big tech players and medium-sized tech players that you've known since the very beginning, and what you really think about these tech giants. Why did you want to share those stories with the public right now?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I've been turned down a lot of books about, like, what happened at Yahoo, what happened at Google, what happened at Twitter, and I just wasn't interested in doing a longer version of a news story, which I had done for years and years before, a long time ago. I was a beat reporter, and then I turned into sort of a little mini media mogul by doing All Things D and Recode and doing my conferences. And I already had a lot of attitude doing those. Once I got out of the sort of Washington Post, Wall Street Journal place. I had my own place and I did what I wanted. I decorated it the way I liked, which was a lot of personality and a lot of opinion, essentially, but also based on reporting. We always, at the very heart of everything we've done, is reporting, really good reporting and being accurate and coming to conclusions. And so one of the things is Walt Mossberg, who I was a longtime partner of mine through a lot of these entrepreneurial stuff, he didn't write his memoir. He was going to, he had a contract, and he decided against it. And I was like, someone has to say what these people were like. And there's like a very small handful of people who had constant access to them, especially at the beginning.
Yeah,
and then also to
such as yourself. And I gotta say it again, it really never felt like she ever really pushed back on people. Not for the important stuff. Because she knew that if she did, that she wouldn't have access anymore. And she's basically Matt Taibbi, but with more access and more respect.
what happened to them? Like,
yeah, no problem, Macy. Yeah, you wanted the link, there it is.
Like, you know, very obvious figures like Elon Musk, but all of them. How did they develop? And then what damage did they do? And what good things did they do? There's a lot of positive stuff in this book, even though everyone's like, I strafed them. But it's a tech love story as well as a burn book. And by the way, burn books are accurate. They just burn. That's different.
Well, let's go through a couple of the big names that of the people that you talk about. I want to talk about Mark Zuckerberg, who you call one of the most carelessly dangerous men in the history of technology, who didn't even know it. Explain to people why you think that, like, he got to where he is, but he...
I don't remember her saying that while she was talking to Mark Zuckerberg during some of the earlier days. Even during, like, what was it? Even during the Cambridge Analytica scandal, it felt like she barely pushed on them about that. And now she's saying it because she's writing a memoir. And hey, I'm glad someone's finally saying it with actual voice, but took long enough.
Still doesn't really get the danger of what he has created or what he's doing.
Well, he doesn't want to take the blame for it. Every time you create something, at the heart of the book is a quote by Paul Virilio, which is, when you invent the ship, you invent the shipwreck. I'm wondering why we don't have any lighthouses yet. And I know why we don't, because these tech companies don't want to take any blame for the shipwreck part. They like the ship. They like the money it brings. But anytime there's any kind of disaster, they run for the hills. And so in Mark's case, and look, let me just separate. People like to make these people into villains or good people. Life is complex. He's actually a very nice person. That doesn't matter, you know. What we should look at is what he's doing at the company. He's a rapacious information thief, as Walt Mossberg called him. They take your information and they do what they want with it, and they've not been very careful with it. And they've also been not very careful about the responsibility they bear, being one of the great distributors of information. Can you imagine if the New York Times or any paper platformed all these people who lie constantly? It would be a real problem. But then they say, we're not a media company.
Kara Swisher's blog, Recode, I believe is what it's called, did exactly what she's criticizing right now. But okay, never mind. Let's keep listening. Jesus Christ.
We're a platform. We're benign.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Sorry, Jordan. Sorry. You're right.
They're not benign, and they have to stop lying about it.
I'll come back to Elon Musk, but I do want to bring up, you know, there are countries trying to force him to take responsibility.
They are.
Australia,
Canada being one of them.
Yeah. And they are still blocking news content. Meta is on all their platforms. I wonder what you think about those efforts, and whether Zuckerberg will ever sort of succumb to the pressure that he's feeling from countries.
I think the problem you have is that the U.S. hasn't regulated, and these are U.S. companies for the most part. And so you can do all you want. Europe can do all it wants, and I props to Canada, props to Marguerite Vestager at the EU, everybody else. But it doesn't matter. It's hardly it's a flesh wound at best for these companies. It's got to be done here in this country. Very serious privacy laws, antitrust laws, algorithmic transparency laws. It's just not happening here because our Congress is both dysfunctional, as you may have noticed, but also because they just, for some reason, decided that the world's most powerful companies shouldn't be regulated when they regulate everybody else.
Let's go back to Elon Musk.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now, and I still haven't clipped that, and maybe I'm going to do that while we're here. But, like, It is Sunday FUNDAY after all, so maybe I will. But like, it is just confusing me listening to her, and I feel like I have to almost go back right now just to like regain my consciousness. It's like I'm just so confused. Checking the page if I could share anything for Sunday FUNDAY, but it's all tailored to humor. Oh well, if there's anything, it doesn't matter. If there's anything that you want, you could let me know about things. Either in the Discord or in chat. What was I saying about her though? It is frustrating to me that we're listening to a woman who spent her entire career basically just kind of like discussing what's happening in tech rather than really criticizing what's happening in tech, who didn't use her journalism to focus on politics, and is in this moment blaming American politics for the problem and not herself as a journalist who had access to every billionaire tech CEO in the world at her disposal. Everybody wanted to be on Recode, and instead of using it to criticize everybody's bad decisions and the destruction of American, small businesses and regular folks, she basically just used her power to get more views on her page. And it's kind of gross. And the thing is, what she's saying is technically correct, but coming from her, it's just frustrating.
Our Congress is both dysfunctional, as you may have noticed, but also because they just, for some reason, decided that the world's most powerful companies shouldn't be regulated when they regulate everybody else.
Let's go back to Elon Musk, who you have or had a complicated relationship with. You say
Very
that
much so.
he was the most disappointing man in tech. When did he start disappointing you? What changed for you?
He was always, look, none of these people are perfect. Everyone's like, oh, you didn't see he was bad. I'm like,
She just asked the question I was thinking just now. But in like the most diplomatic way possible. That was actually impressive journalism. Let's watch that again.
Changed for you?
He was
relationship with. You say
Very
that
much
he was the most. Let's go back to Elon Musk, who you have or had a complicated relationship with. You say
Very
that
much
he was the most disappointing man in tech. When did he start disappointing you? What changed for you?
He was always, look, none of these people are perfect. Everyone's like, oh, you didn't see he was bad. I'm like, he wasn't. He had issues around all kinds of things, just like they all did, by the way. Gender lawsuits, racial lawsuits. They all did, FYI. But that's not an excuse, of course. We wrote about them. I'm not sure what you want me to do in that regard, but I did think he had a great hope. When he was started to do electric cars, which you have to give him props for pushing that forward, I do. I don't like how he created his company, but fine. He did a lot with that, and he pushed it forward. He gets all credit for that. Yeah. Same thing with Starlink. When I saw Starlink,
I'm pretty sure Elon Musk has a degree in phrenology. He looks like the sort of guy.
It's like, what a huge vision. That's important. Same thing with rockets, the stuff he was doing on rockets.
Elon Musk just seems like a very well-respected race scientist.
And except he changed. Something happened over COVID, and you could start to see some crazy stuff happening. And that included, all this retweeting of anti-Semitic stuff. I don't care how much he denies it, he's pushing it. His flirtation with white supremacy has turned into a full-blown relationship. You know what I mean? It's really strange that he's doing this. His obsession with DEI, his victimization, the fact that his anti-government screeds, the man who took a loan from the federal government and who does business with the federal government, okay, then don't do business with them. When it suits him, he's fine. When it doesn't, he gets to. And then it's just, when you're the richest guy in the world, you have all these enablers around you that just lick you up and down all day.
No kidding,
I wasn't willing to lick him up and down.
No. Oh, really? Is that right?
No, that's a good thing, I think, too.
Actually, let him finish.
One of the things that kind of strikes me through the book is that you are like you have access to all of these people, or have had access over time.
Still a lot of them. Still a lot.
So that's my question. But now you've written a burn book where you write everything that you think about things. And yes, the subtitle's a tech love story. But are you worried that at some point people will start to say, hey, she's being too hard on us? We can't trust her. No. Why not?
No, because the people who are deeply insecure, they can bug off. I don't care. They don't have to talk to me ever again. Most of the interviews I do, I think I'm never going to talk to them again. So that's how I conduct interviews. And so I've always done that. And smart people and adult people have always returned. Like, I've been hard on Tim Cook. He's an adult. He can take it. He's
exactly, BCAT. Exactly. People like Kara Swisher helped create people like Elon Musk. And it's I'm looking at a Washington Post piece here discussing her big falling out with Elon Musk. So I feel like she's finally woken up to the fact that, like, she's not a real journalist, and that she might be losing her favor with some of the most important people in tech. And so now's the time when she has the most clout left to tell us all about how bad the tech CEOs are. Thanks, Kara. Would have been nice over the last 20 years while they were destroying every small company that existed, destroying the idea of antitrust laws and merging every company that you could possibly find into one, so that we are like some creepy burgeoning South Korean chaebol system. And maybe you should have done something while you were a real journalist, supposedly. Oh god, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just looking something up right now real quick. According to this, and is that right? Hold on. Well, according to this, Kara Swisher may be worth as much as $300 million. However, there are some, what would you call it? Some controversy over this number, as a lot of her money seems to be somewhat hidden. Shocking. Yeah, exactly. Now that finally, it's worth some money to criticize Elon, she wants to jump on the bandwagon. And I mean, hey, criticize Elon. He deserves the criticism. But you had the unique opportunity to criticize him right to his face, like 1,000 times, in a real and legitimate way. Didn't do it, really. I saw her try a couple times, I suppose, like half-assed, sort of quippy nonsense, but never anything really substantial. Never a criticism of the system. Okay, anyway, next video is... Okay, we're just gonna get through some of the top world headlines before we hit up Israel, Gaza, because that's gonna take up most of the serious portion of this podcast, so I'm gonna try and move it along faster than I am right now.
The annual meeting of China's legislature, the National People's Congress, opens this week in Beijing. More than 2,000 delegates from around the country will descend on the nation's capital for the meeting at the Great Hall of the People. One thing to know about this Congress is it's largely ceremonial. The actual decision-making is made by government leaders behind closed doors. Nonetheless, we watch the Congress because it can give signals about the direction of government policy. This year, the most important issue by far is the weak economy and what the government might do to boost it. The government will announce its closely watched economic growth target when the Congress opens on Tuesday. The foreign minister also gives a press conference every year during the Congress, which will give some indication of the direction of foreign policy. But this year, the economy is the most important issue for most Chinese, and what the government will do to try to restore both investor and consumer confidence.
Okay. That's just a quick AP story about the upcoming Chinese major political meeting of the year. And now we're going to move on to a quick video from the United Nations regarding increasing Sudanese refugees in Chad amid underfunded aid concerns.
We may see families at smaller numbers coming across the border increasing very markedly. There are constraints on our ability to be able to provide assistance into Darfur from Chad and from other neighboring countries. The conflict and the war continues. So we're likely to see many more people come to Chad.
Almost a year since, I'll read that out loud since they're not reading it for us. Almost a year since Sudan's civil war began, neighboring Chad. Wait, no, don't do that. That's such a weird way of doing it. Urged the need for more humanitarian essentials. Chad hosts 1.1 million refugees from Sudan, Central African Republic, Nigeria, and Cameroon. It's a lot, I'd point out. When the war started, we hid under our beds for 2 months. There was no water, no electricity, or food anymore. The market was closed. Whoops. Don't do that. And militiamen started attacking people in their homes. Aid programs for Chad face a chronic funding shortfall. United Nations. Okay, thank you, United Nations, for doing your job, telling me about important stuff. Okay, next. And I think we're all aware of what's going on there to a small degree, but just remember there's, like, I think it's 5 conflicts going on in Africa right now, not counting Palestine, of course, as that's technically not Africa, but yeah, it's problems down there that need to be solved. All right, now we're moving on to Palestine. We're going to start with a kind of a rough video here. This is an AJ Plus video from 2 days ago, entitled "Israeli Forces Killed Them." These are their names and faces. Sorry, chat. I'm behind. I should have been reading. That's on me. These are the names and faces of more than 140 Palestinians, 1 killed on each day of Israel's siege. And you'll see at the bottom of it that there's also a ticker for how many Palestinians have been killed since October 7th, being kept at the bottom of the screen there. Israel has killed over 30,000 Palestinians across Gaza and the West Bank since October 7th. Ibrahim Omar Batul, Anas Abu Shamala, Saeed Al-Tawil, Mohammed Fayez Yosef, Rhonda, oh, it's really hard to read that fast, Eileen Hayat, Dr. Madat, Al-Shaima, Hala Abu Sadah. Oh my god, it moves so fast and I can't speak Arabic. Heba Abu Nada, Asil Ahmed Abu Assad, Abdul Rahman. Oh my god, I can't do it that fast. Chat, should I read it? Should I read them all out loud? I thought I was going to be able to keep up with it, and I was wrong. I was very wrong. Let's just watch it. What do you say? It's rough for me to have to say them each, and maybe I should. Maybe we should go each one. What do you think, chat? I feel like it's not very fun, but it is. Just kind of feel like what they deserve. So I'm gonna try, I suppose. No, don't worry about it. Okay. Alright, but we'll have a moment of silence during this. I'm just gonna shut up entirely. Okay, yeah, that was rough. That was really rough, but I think that was the very least we could do. That was from 2 days ago. So another 200 Palestinians have died between then and now, and I believe even more because of some of the Israeli strikes that have been happening in that time, as if they're somehow trying to rush rush this war through before a ceasefire is forced upon them. Fucking monsters. Israel bombed the aid? I didn't hear that. I did not hear that one. I heard that they moved on Rafah and some other things that are horrible. And I know everyone here is thinking to themselves, it's been a whole hour, Streamlord, and there's been no fun, and that's my fault. That is my fault. And I'm sorry for that. Haunting watching the numbers tick up by the hundreds as we see one picture at a time. So many pictures we didn't see. Exactly. We'd see one picture, and then the numbers would go up by 100, 500, 1,000, and it's terrifying. It's mind-boggling. So, just because it is Sunday Fun Day, let's do this. Just because we know that this is something, as Americans, for all Americans in chat, this is something we have to all embrace, okay? Together. According to Tommy Tuberville, Mr. Tuber, this is our duty.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
Okay. 30 seconds of fun, folks. Judo Christian values, everybody. Judo Christian values. Oh yeah, you dip FG. It's good seeing you, though. It's good seeing you. We will be going for a little while here. Most of the night, I think. Alright, enough Judo Christian values. Back to serious stuff for a little bit. So I'm sorry. Judo. Yes, those emotes. Those are the correct emotes. Oh, that's good. That one's good. Mo Nope is full of it today. You've seen the thing the sound is based on? I'd like to know. You tell me which movie you think that's from. Because I clipped it from a specific thing. Like, I know where it came from myself. I've got a repository of old kung fu movies sitting around. And I'm interested to know if you get this one right. Okay. Now we're going. Yeah, this is the one I'll watch. This is a TRT World video titled Thousands Mark Global Day of Action for Gaza Ceasefire. This was from 15 hours ago. You think it's corn? Probably corn. Wait, there's no sound. No sound. That's not what we want. Stop.
Some protesters gathered.
Nope.
A day of outrage and fury. Outside of the Israeli embassy in Washington. Several thousand protesters gathered for this, a global day of action, demanding an end to Israel's offensive in Gaza.
The first thing we want to see is a ceasefire. I mean, you can see what they happen when they're just trying to get food. You don't kill people who are trying to get aid.
It's a very clear matter. Israel is an oppressive settler colonial entity that's committing genocide in Gaza, but even prior to this, for decades committing ethnic cleansing in Palestine. And our people continue to stand firm and resist and stay strong, and we will continue to do so and be there for our people out here in the streets.
Similar protests took place in dozens of other cities across America, including New York. Arab Americans and pro-Palestinian supporters making their voices heard. Here in Washington, just a few miles from the White House, there is particular anger focused towards the Biden administration. Those here want the US military funding for Israel to end and real support for Palestinians to begin. The US announced on Saturday that it had airdropped humanitarian aid into Gaza. More than 38,000 meals parachuted into the enclave from military planes. Washington says it's the start of a
you don't know the clip. Okay. Yeah. Well, it was from, wait, now I'm forgetting. Shaolin, no, Snake and Crane, Art of Shaolin. It's a Jackie Chan movie from like 50 years ago. It was a long time ago. Dang, Jackie Chan is old. But yeah, I grew up doing Galactic martial arts, kind of a kung fu buff.
Campaign of getting food to Palestinians. But aid agencies are warning the US aid is too little, too late. Mothers and doctors are struggling to keep children who are suffering severe malnutrition alive. Even with the new US aid, the horrors in Gaza continue to cause a political backlash for the American president as he fights for re-election.
I voted for Biden, but I will not be voting for him in this election.
With almost 5 months of conflict and more deaths every single day, the US pressure campaign says it's committed to end the fighting, however long it takes.
Okay, now we're gonna come back, as we kind of have already, to American-related stuff, but and we covered this yesterday to some degree. However, things came out since then, so we're going to update what we did yesterday. And it contains more Status Coup news footage. So shout out to Status Coup. If you haven't already, go subscribe to their channel. But this first one is actually from an ABC 7 New York video entitled NYPD car responding to call about grenade in Uber swarmed by Palestinian protesters in Times Square. Do I have space parents? I do.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Joe Torres.
I did. One of them died when I was young, or a lot younger. And the other one I don't. Anyway, not important. Not important or relevant. Okay.
Thousands marched today through the streets and called for a ceasefire in Israel. Demonstrators blocked traffic all the way from 34th Street to Bryant Park. Police made arrests after some of those demonstrators blocked officers responding to a bomb threat that turned out to be fake. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo.
Watch as a police vehicle tries to make its way to a bomb threat, crawling through a mob of protesters in the pouring rain. Then, more than just the weather got ugly. Police in riot gear try to move them out of the way. It escalates to pushing and shoving, and protesters knocked to the ground. You can see the mob converge in this different piece of video.
That's some of the worst video I've ever seen. Wow. Talk about... I mean, they literally just said you can see the crowd converge in this video. You can't. What you can see is a horrendous, what appears to be a watermark on this camera, or like a literal water droplet on the lens that's causing everything to be disturbed because there's a light back there on this cop car, making it impossible to see what the fuck is actually happening. It's so blurry. Might as well be in 140p.
In this different piece of video, NYPD Deputy Commissioner Kaz Daughtry posting to X, "Happy Saturday to all, except the people who thought it was a good idea to block an NYPD ESU vehicle on the way to a bomb threat call. They'll be spending their Saturday where they belong, in jail."
Fuck you, pal.
Around 4 this afternoon, police struggle to get to 42nd Street and 7th Avenue.
Yeah, I mean, it's raining. So, I mean, that's part of the struggle, was trying to film in the rain. But there was other video. There was Status Quo News. They were right there. They didn't take their video for it. Should have paid Status Quo for it.
Where an Uber driver just dropped off a passenger and found a grenade in the back seat. The bomb squad later determined it was an inactive novelty grenade, but the police response during pure chaos. What started as a pro-Palestine rally drawing thousands to Washington Square Park evolved into a march. The repeated calls for a permanent ceasefire come as Israel endorses a 6-week pause in Gaza, along with the release of hostages by Hamas.
The framing of this is such garbage. Such garbage. All right. We've seen enough from ABC7. We're going to move on to Status Quo's take on essentially this very thing. Once again, shout out to Status Quo for being so great at what they do. Hey, Wireless Mike, good to see you. Cook dinner. You do what you gotta do. Just getting started. Just getting started. By the way, I'd point out that the way that Status Quo News and Eyewitness News start the framing of all of this begins in the title, okay? ABC defers to the cops and says, oh, NYPD car responding to call about grenade, which is fake. It was a fake call, right? And they were swarmed by protesters, right? And NYPD, in Status Quo News' title, they say, NYPD attack ceasefire protesters and start violent melee blocking emergency vehicle. Now, I think it's important. Oh my God, Soul Life is... You can't ban... mods can't ban each other, okay? Only one person is in charge of that. I gotta say, now this is a little bit conspiratorial thinking. However, like, I think it's a little bit convenient that a fake grenade got left in an Uber right outside the protest. Just me. It feels weird. I don't want to use trigger words like staged or false flag, anything like that. I'm not Alex Jones. But seriously, seems a little bit odd, a little too convenient, you know? And yeah. You know, it just it's weird. It's weird. And maybe I'm just going off the rails here, but the timing of it is suspect. It's sus, you hear me? Sus. See that? She wasn't doing anything. She was walking. Watch it. That guy, that police officer just saw that headscarf and decided, oh, this is a good person to grab up. That's what we're seeing. That's, yeah, wireless mic is kind of on the trail that I'm thinking might be the case. But once again, I'm not going to say it for sure in any way or shape or form because I have zero evidence of it. It just feels weird to me. I get a vibe. I get a real vibe from that shit. But yeah, like Status Quo had all this footage. ABC7 could have gone to them and asked for permission to use it. They did not. Instead, they used footage that was so blurry you couldn't see what happened when it was all right here, right in front of us. So remember to tell ABC7 that they're doing their jobs are real bad. Like, just extra bad. Almost intentionally bad, one might say. Oh, I'm going to read this. According to Status Quo, as ceasefire now protesters marched east on 42nd Street towards 5th Avenue, police and then media claimed protesters were blocking an emergency vehicle trying to get to a potential grenade left in a nearby Uber. But our live footage clearly shows that protesters were clearing to allow the emergency vehicle to pass through when a New York City police officer violently grabbed and assaulted them. Sorry, I added that. That's editorial. Go, web, go, please. Go, web, go. Go. No. Yes. When a New York City police officer violently dragged a protester who was walking away from him in front of the emergency vehicle, thus blocking the emergency vehicle from passing. Our footage shows it was the police and not the protesters that created a violent melee that temporarily blocked the emergency vehicle from passing through to get to what was reported to be a non-functioning grenade. I'd also point out that it's extra weird to have a non-functioning grenade just like hanging out, like in your pocket. You know what I mean? Like, who carries around a non-functioning grenade that looks exactly like a real grenade and then leaves it in the Uber that they just took? What? In what world? In what fucking world? I feel like I sound like Nutburger's Crazy Town right now, but like, like, please check in with yourself. Check in with your most insane, right-wing, gun-loving friends. Ask them if they carry around non-functioning grenades all the time, randomly. Is that actually true, So Life? Did you have one as a kid? You had a non-functioning military fragmentation grenade as a kid. That's weird. That's weird to have that. Dwight Schrute behavior. We got to start an actual emergency in order to get us ready for the real emergency. Is that what you're saying? Oh boy. I wonder, maybe, you know what? It's possible he's not even doing this, but I've been wondering to myself whether or not Status Coup has been shopping his footage to the networks. Maybe he's not even doing it. Maybe he's like on some sort of ideological grounds not selling his work to the mainstream media. Huh. It's weird. It's just occurring to me right now because I was looking at his Patreon, I think it was. You had one too as a paperweight. They were really common back in the 80s. But then you also carried it around in your pockets because you needed a paperweight at all times. Is that what you're saying? And you just left it in taxis. That's what you're telling me, Mike? So I'm the crazy person for thinking that non-functioning military grenades are playthings and things that you just carry around. I'm the crazy one? Okay. Okay, chat. Okay. Screenport needs a drink. Do you see the nonsense of the situation? Not only did they create the ruckus by attacking this protester wearing a keffiyeh on their head, they're the ones that are blocking this fucking vehicle right now. Look back. Look at this scene. Look at this. This is nonsense. There's like 50 of these dudes standing in front of this fucking vehicle. Nobody else. Besides the people they're holding. None of this footage used, or you know, like it's just what they couldn't find. They couldn't find this channel. Status Coup is pretty big. They got like 600,000 followers, subscribers, I think, on YouTube. Should be easy to find. This should have been so easy for ABC to find, and yet they framed it like somehow the protesters caused this problem when it was pretty clear they were all trying to get out of the way. They saw the emergency vehicle coming and said, "We'll be decent human beings." But no, the cops had different plans. Oh, Gabby, we're discussing. The thing is you missed before, but we watched an ABC 7 video. This is the same protest that we watched yesterday. But an ABC report came out that apparently there was a Uber where somebody left a realistic deactivated grenade in the back of an Uber right outside the protest at the time it was going on, and that the protesters were somehow blocking the emergency vehicle from getting by. But in this video we were just watching, the protesters were in fact walking out of the way of the emergency vehicle, and then a police officer grabbed somebody minding their own business wearing a keffiyeh around their head and violently detained them without any reason at all. From the video, they were literally doing nothing but walking. It was 100% clear. And we're just kind of pointing out the hypocrisy in the media and their lack of attention to detail and their, unwillingness to cover things with a fair and balanced perspective. No, it's okay. Good for Gabby. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, right? Hard to keep track of every little thing. That's what hopefully I'm here to help do from time to time. But I think we've seen enough of this video. What I think we should do, just for perspective, is to just go back and look at it once again in the way that ABC 7 New York, essentially the eye of New York, if you will, how did they cover it? Let's watch it again, because it's stark. It's stark.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Joe Torres. We begin in Manhattan, where thousands marched today through the streets and called for a ceasefire in Israel. Demonstrators blocked traffic all the way from 34th Street to Bryant Park. Police made arrests after some of those demonstrators blocked officers responding to a bomb threat that turned out to be fake. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Anthony Carlo.
Watch as a police vehicle tries to make its
Look,
way to
they go from footage right here. They cut it. They cut it right there. Look, that was the footage from the other side. Oh my God, they cut it right before she gets grabbed.
Protesters in the pouring rain. Then, more than just the weather, got ugly. Police in riot gear try to move them out of the way. It escalates to pushing and shoving.
They cut it. They literally cut it right there, right before the scarf goes by. It was nuts. But then they cut to this garbage footage and try to claim, oh, look at the protesters merging on the cops. Look at it. It's garbage. This is the worst footage you could find. It's like they went out of their way to find garbage footage. Look at the way the fucking clip starts. Ew.
You can see the mob converge in this different piece of video. NYPD Deputy Commissioner Kaz Daughtry posting to X, "Happy Saturday to all, except the people who..."
The fucked up thing is most people working at these places like ABC and CNN and MSNBC are all making more than independent creators like Status Quo. And I mean, forget myself, I'm not even making any money yet. But the point is that, like large creators like him are struggling to make as much money as somebody just working at ABC putting together garbage like this, and it's gross. They could have easily gotten better, clearer footage, actually shown both sides of the situation, but no, just gotta stick to the narrative. March in place. Bootlickers, I see that. Ghost milk? What is ghost milk? I don't know what that is. Anderson Cooper. You think it's Anderson Cooper there? Oh, that explains the glare. That explains the glare. He is offensively white. Okay. What's next here? Oh, this is an Al Jazeera video entitled "Israeli Protester Says Israel is Behaving Like Nazi Germany." This should be mildly cathartic for people, I feel. Certainly will be for me. Gabby does get it. Most all days, from what I can tell. Seems to be on it. Okay, here we go. Israeli protester says Israel is behaving like Nazi Germany.
Israel with Bibi now behaves exactly like Germany in the 30s. And I think that my position is to show the world that the world should stop it. Because from inside, I guess it doesn't work. I'm against the government which behaves like the worst fascist that ever been. They studied everything that Germany did to us. We are doing now to the Palestinians.
Oh, it's so good to hear.
And the only
Like,
thing
it's
that I
horrific.
can do,
It's horrific to hear, but at the same time, to hear somebody inside Israel saying this out loud right now to a camera is, oh god, it just like, it's such a weird situation, right? Because he's talking about atrocities, and yet it's just so good to hear somebody say the truth.
the only thing that I can do is demonstrate. I'm also working about bringing Bibi and Gallant and Gantz to Hague.
Okay. That was a quick one, and I don't have a lot of comment there, I don't think. I think it's pretty clear what he just said, and that I agree. Couldn't agree more, and it's unfortunate that Israel isn't a real democracy, and that people such as him can't have a sort of, what do you call it? Oh god, I just lost my train of thought because I was looking at my Discord. Why do I do these things to myself? I just think it's nice to hear somebody actually compare it to that, and to be real, real straightforward about it. Okay, next video. Oh god. Yeah, I knew there was a reason why I put that one in between these. Okay, this next one is a video from Al Jazeera about Israel forces shooting a 13-year-old Palestinian boy in Ramallah. This is from 17 hours ago, and right after this we're going to be getting very current, so just brace yourselves for the things. Here we go.
Now a 13-year-old boy has been killed by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank. Mohammed Khaled Zaid was shot near the Jala Zone refugee camp north of Ramallah. The Israeli army says he threw a Molotov cocktail at a military post. And also in the occupied West Bank, a funeral has been held for a Palestinian teenager who was shot in the head during an overnight Israeli raid. Hundreds of mourners joined the procession for Mohammed Hamouda at Al-Dik. His family says the 16-year-old was out with friends near Ramallah when they became trapped as Israeli forces opened fire. Well, let's get more on those ongoing raids in the occupied West Bank. Zain Basravi is in Ramallah for us. Zain.
Well, this is the second time in 2 days that a teenager has been gunned down by Israeli fire. And the details of these incidents are very difficult to really wrap your head around. In the case yesterday, in the case today, the teenagers in question were killed by gunshots to the head and torso. In the case of the 13-year-old that died last night, he was shot, accused of throwing Molotov cocktails at an Israeli security position. Palestinians will say they were defending their communities against these ongoing, constant Israeli attacks. He was shot in the head and torso, and only until after he had bled out did Israelis let ambulances get to him, and it was already too late. This is, again, a common practice. The headshots, the torso shots, and the waiting until someone injured has been bled out, common practices that we see in the occupied West Bank all the time. Overnight, there were also a dozen
That is
Palestinians
horrific.
round.
Waiting until somebody bleeds out. It's just so, that's so depressing. But it's like, I mean, like I've seen videos where people go to try and help somebody and then they get shot too. And it's just like, it is so gut-wrenching to listen to this stuff. But I feel like we have to.
Up in Israeli military raids in Tulkar and Jenin, Kalkilia.
Yep, welcome back, AC. Welcome back, Teddy Cool. Good to see all of you folks in chat.
Bethlehem and Hebron, Ramallah as well. Another series of disturbing events were settler attacks that happened. Now, specific to Burqa village just outside of Ramallah, there's some very harrowing details of how these settler attacks play out. It began with 10 settlers going into the village, harassing communities there. It lasted for 4 hours, local officials saying it's the longest they've experienced in months. These have been going on for years, escalated. These settler attacks have escalated since the war on Gaza began on October 7th. The incident yesterday in Burqa village ended up involving 100 settlers swarming the village like a mob. They set homes and cars on fire. There was property destruction of an auto workshop, and Palestinian residents of the area were also beaten up. These kinds of incidents are endless in the occupied West Bank. Illegal Israeli activity, often backed up by the military, is endless and unchecked, and largely because there isn't the political will to address these problems, and there's no real-world security apparatus on the ground here to defend Palestinians. And these communities keep telling us that they feel absolutely alone when these settler invasions and these military raids continue daily, nightly.
Absolutely, absolutely. And hopefully, well, hopefully through the ether they can feel our solidarity somehow. Just wanted to actually say something because he triggered something that I was thinking and forgot to mention. Yesterday, when we were watching that Ben Shapiro video, I was rewatching it and I somehow misspoke or forgot to say something, and it made what I said about one of his points nonsense. I just wanted to clarify it. Yesterday, when Ben Shapiro was talking about the Lions, which are a paramilitary West Bank group which is fighting against the illegal occupation of the West Bank, I somehow, by not using a word, I made it sound like I was referring to the Lions and not to illegal Israeli soldiers. So if at any point anybody wants to check me on that, I know I made a mistake in speaking there, so just want to clarify that. Could I cover news on the DRC? So yeah, we did some stuff on the DRC. It was either yesterday or the day before that. We haven't gone in depth on the DRC, and I personally need to do a bit more personal education, I guess you would say, before I feel like I am qualified to delve deep into the DRC conflict. I do appreciate that it is a severe situation, and I hope to be able to get into that more in depth soon. I appreciate your asking about it, Iraq. Okay, next video. All right, this is from 6 hours ago. This is definitely a graphic warning. This is a Reuters video. Israel bombards Gaza amid truce talks in Cairo 6 hours ago. So this is, you know, with everything they've been talking about with ceasefire, they're still doing this right here.
A Reuters camera along the Israel-Gaza border recorded massive explosions and tanks firing just inside the Palestinian enclave on Sunday. The scenes of combat come the same day a delegation from Hamas arrived in Cairo for truce talks. According to U.S. officials, Israel presented a proposal that could halt fighting for up to 6 weeks in exchange for the release of more than 130 Israeli hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. But a Palestinian official told Reuters the deal was, quote, not yet there. From the Israeli side, there was no official confirmation that its delegation was even attending. Meanwhile,
Wow.
the Israeli military
This is
showed its
super
continued
quiet. I am sorry, chat. They keep changing it on me, as always.
Strikes on what it says are Hamas fighters in the Gaza Strip. One strike appeared to hit a home in the city of Rafah last night, killing 14 members of the Abu Anza family.
That guy looks like he hasn't slept in about a week. Look at his face. His eyes are completely black. Like, that is a man who hasn't slept for a long time. That is rough. Yeah.
Among the dead were Rania Abu Anza's husband and infant twins, born amid the war. She asked, what was their fault? What did a baby like this do? Answer me, people. Feel for me, people. You don't feel anything for us. What are you doing? Watching us? According to Gaza health officials, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed and more than 70,000 wounded since Israel began its offensive 5 months ago. Most of the 2.3 million residents have been displaced. A different scene in the Israeli city of Sderot on Sunday, just 4 kilometers from the Gaza border, where schools reopened for the first time since Hamas's October 7th surprise attack. Eli Irfan is a Sderot resident and mother. She told Reuters, quote, "It's very scary. We're very much afraid, but we're strong. This is our country. We have nowhere to run to." Most of the city's residents were evacuated after Hamas gunmen rampaged through Israeli communities, killing 1,200 and abducting more than 200 people. Gunfire from Gaza can be heard from the school and echoing over the city.
Okay.
Israel has agreed to...
Whoops. Got ahead of myself there a little bit. This is from like 4 hours ago. This is a Reuters piece. And apparently, I'll probably get copyright struck for watching this, but fuck it. Israel is now having to revise its Eurovision lyrics, which apparently evoked the Hamas attack in them, which I would point out is pretty bad taste, I feel, and you know, like real pearl clutchy. Anyway, let's go and watch this. I feel like I'm gonna have to mute multiple sections of this video today, unfortunately.
Israel has agreed to revise the lyrics of its potential submission to the Eurovision Song Contest, after organisers took issue with lyrics that appeared to reference Hamas' October 7th attack. Israel's national broadcaster Khan said on Sunday, "The leading Israeli submission is October Rain, a ballad sung by female soloist Eden Golan." Eurovision, which will take place in May in the Swedish city of Malmö, bills itself as a non-political event. It can disqualify contestants deemed to have breached that rule. Broadcaster Khan is tasked with choosing Israel's entry. October Rain includes lines such as "There's no air left to breathe" and "They were all good children, each one of them," according to lyrics leaked to the media and later confirmed by Khan. They appear to allude to people who holed up in shelters, as Hamas gunmen carried out a killing and kidnapping spree, which sparked Israel's devastating assault on Gaza. Khan has said it has asked the writers of October Rain and second-place finalist Dance Forever to revise their lyrics.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
Former Prime Minister.
Okay, I gotta say, chat, you're doing great. You're getting through all of this non-fun stuff really quickly. I've only been an hour and 45 minutes on, and really only been at it for like really, truly an hour and a half. No mention of the children being genocided? No. That would be inconvenient to the narrative. And Israel wouldn't want to represent itself poorly at the Eurovision Song Contest, would they? No, they wouldn't. Yeah, we're getting real close to the fun half of the Sunday FUNDAY show. I feel like I've stolen something from Majority Report. We're gonna rename that. Cut that. Okay. This next video, CBC News. Israel's Rafah operation could seriously jeopardize relations with Egypt, says the former Israeli Prime Minister, Rosemary. Is it Rosemary Barton? No, that's the lady. Ehud. I was gonna say Ehud Olmert. That was gonna say that doesn't. No, that doesn't sit right. Okay.
Of Israel, Ehud Olmert, thank you so much for joining us again, sir. I want to start with sort of the latest. There are a senior U.S. official says that Israel has basically accepted a framework for a 6-week ceasefire that would allow for the release of some hostages and for aid to get into Gaza. Hamas apparently has not agreed to all these terms. But how significant would any kind of ceasefire be right now?
Well, in as long as it will allow us to bring back hostages, it will be very significant. The primary target now that we are aspiring for, particularly in the public opinion, not necessarily the Prime Minister, but the public opinion wants the hostages back. This is the most important thing. We have to have them back every day that they are held there in the tunnels is a major risk to their lives. And so if the framework for the present agreement is 6-week ceasefire and the release of 40 or perhaps more of the hostages, this is something that will be welcomed widely by the public opinion in Israel.
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu says even if there is a deal, that Israel will still invade Rafah to destroy remaining Hamas battalions.
It's fucking ridiculous. They told everybody to go to Rafah to be safe, and now they've decided they're going to invade it. It's fucking nonsense, crazy burgers.
The consequences of an Israeli invasion of Rafah be? How concerned are you about that?
I'm quite concerned. I'm quite concerned if it will take place. I doubt that it will take place. Netanyahu needs to make statements because while we all want, of course, the hostages back, and I believe that he also wants them back, he wants to maintain his position as Prime Minister perhaps more. And he knows that if he will not at least promise to invade Rafah, he may lose the partners that maintain his coalition. And therefore, he needs to make these statements. Whether in practice he will be able to carry out such an invasion, I doubt very much. I hope that all the powers that be will try to rethink it. The invasion in Rafah may seriously jeopardize the relations between Israel and Egypt.
Yeah, I mean, and also the number of civilians that are in Rafah would be, it could be devastating for lives lost.
Absolutely.
But to go back to Egypt, do you think that Egypt would run the risk of revoking its peace treaty with Israel if there was an invasion?
Oh, that would be interesting.
That's a possibility?
I hope that it will not reach that stage, although you never know. But I'm afraid that it will affect in a very significant way the almost daily cooperation between Israel and the security system in Egypt, which is very important for many matters which will determine the day after in this our part of the world. So Egypt is one very important element, and they have already spelled it out. They say that they are demanding that Israel will not dare take unnecessary steps in Rafah. And of course, what you said before, which is enormously significant, we definitely don't want to have civilians being affected and killed as a result of any further military operation in Rafah. People may not necessarily agree with it. But I want you to know, and the people in Canada to know, that the effect of the humanitarian crisis that affected the lives of many Israelis, many Israelis, and many Gazans in Gaza is of the utmost importance and sensitivity to the people in Israel. We care about the lives of Israelis, obviously, that were massacred and butchered and beheaded and raped by the Hamas. And we also very much care for the non-necessary suffering of many civilians in Gaza.
Yeah, absolutely. I have basically no comment on what he said. I just felt it was important. It just came out 3 hours ago. And it's important to hear the perspective of the former Prime Minister of Israel, I think, in this matter, even though he is no perfect duck or anything like that. But just by way of his former position is important voice in this, regardless. Before I move on, I'm going to do something for fun. It is Sunday Fun Day. Because I've been meaning to do this for a while, and I haven't done it. Alright, is that recording?
Who cares about Derek Zoolander anyway? The man has only one look, for Christ's sake. Blue Steel, Ferrari, La Tigra, they're the same face! Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay. There we go. I just needed that one soundbite. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It's just necessary. Okay, back to important things. So nice to give them a heads up, right? Absolutely. Yeah, so thoughtful and kind and philanthropic, I would even say. Just magnanimous, sort of. I hope my sarcasm is coming across. Okay. Alright, folks, brace yourselves. This is the last actually serious video of today. So, give yourselves a round of applause. I need one of those too. I need a sound effects applause somewhere in here. Actually, I might have one sitting around. Yeah. Alright, this final serious video is BBC News video entitled Gaza Ceasefire Deal in Balance as Israel Demands List of Hostages. So, Israel's demanding more stuff even though they're the ones committing genocide.
Representatives...
I suppose none of us should be shocked. Pitchfork Dragon, good to see you. Been driving for 2 hours, and wow, fun times. Hopefully it has actually been fun times, but I get the sense it wasn't. Okay.
Representatives of Hamas, the US and Qatar are in Egypt as part of attempts to agree a 6-week ceasefire in Gaza. But Israel is pushing for a list of hostages still alive in Gaza before it'll send a delegation to the talks. Hamas says Israel must withdraw its forces before there can be a deal on hostages. Pressure for a truce has intensified since Thursday, when at least 112 people were killed as crowds rushed towards an aid convoy in the north of the territory amid Israeli army gunfire. Overnight, another Israeli strike on Rafah in the south killed 20 people, including twin babies, according to health officials and Gaza's civil defense. Our senior international correspondent Ola Girin reports from Tel Aviv. You may find some of the images in her report upsetting.
A truce can't come soon enough. In Rafah, another day of harrowing loss. Palestinians mourn for 20 members of the Abu Ansa family, killed in their beds by an Israeli airstrike, according to hospital officials and Gaza's civil defense. Among the dead, 5-month-old twins, as old as the war, Naeem and Wissam, laid down gently with their relatives. Their mother, Rania, spent 10 years trying to have them and endured 3 rounds of IVF. Now all she can cradle
that is so
their
depressing.
baby clothes.
Did I hear that right? That is so depressing. I gotta hear that again just so I hear this correctly.
Their mother, Rania, spent 10 years trying to have them and endured 3 rounds of IVF.
Oh my god. That is crazy. Oh.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Think about that. First off, I don't know if you know how much IVF costs. It's an incredible amount of money. To be trying for 10 years, 3 rounds of IVF, which in the States would cost like $50,000. And to have twins, and then have them die because of bombs, and not being able to protect them, that is fucking depressing. Yes, Pitchforks Dragon. I think everybody in chat is doing better than people in Sudan or Palestine. 100%.
Now all she can cradle is their baby clothes. I gave birth during the war, she says. It started on Saturday. I gave birth the next Friday. I didn't get enough of them. I swear, I didn't get enough. I have no one else, she says. They've gone with their father. We were sleeping, I swear. Israel continues to say it takes feasible precautions to lessen civilian harm. There were about 35 people in the house, says Farouk Abu Anza. Most of them children. There were no fighters. The house collapsed on them. 3 or 4 stories.
Hold
in
on.
Israel too.
Hold on. Hold on. What was he holding in his hand? Sorry, I'm like on the verge of breaking down from this right now.
There were about 35 people in the house, says Farouk Abu Anza. Most of them children. There were no fighters. The house collapsed on them.
Is that what I think it is? Is chat seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a rosary? Is that what that is? Sometimes you gotta flip a table in chat. It's true. That's true. Am I wrong? Is that a rosary in his hand? I gotta look it up because my knowledge of like religious symbol they're prayer beads. This man right in front of us. Muslims have prayer beads too. I see. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. But there's just been so little discussion of the fact that there are in fact Palestinian Christians that exist. There are Christian sites in Palestine, in Gaza, in East Jerusalem, occupies the West Bank, and seems like the Christians around here just don't care about it. So I guess I was just kind of thrown by that. But thank you for the clarification in chat. Yeah, definitely looks like some kind of prayer beads. 100%.
The house collapsed on them. 3 or 4 stories. In Israel too, families in anguish. Their loved ones trapped in tunnels in Gaza.
They need to be released now.
This weekend they've been pleading with their government to do a deal to bring the hostages back home.
The offer is very with children. This is the only thing that matters.
But there will be no homecoming for Offer or any of the hostages without a ceasefire. And no respite for mothers like Rania burying their children in Gaza. I think it'll be several days before we know if there will be a deal or not. Israel is insisting on a list of the hostages who remain alive.
Well, we were told by Monday. We were told, if everybody remembers correctly, the Biden administration and the DOD told us Monday was when we should expect word on a deal. So, one day. Not several days. If it is several days, then somebody lied to us. And obviously, that wouldn't be a shock either. But just trying to remember all the important details.
Insisting it can't provide that information while the war continues, and says anyway it's not holding all of the hostages. Both sides are clearly still trying to drive the hardest bargain that they can, but it's also very clear that there is immense international pressure, growing pressure, because there are 30,000 Palestinians who have been killed, and there are increasing fears about starvation in Gaza. And here in Israel, hostage families have been telling us that if the government does not agree a truce, it amounts to giving a death sentence to their loved ones. So there are reasons for both sides to want to do a deal. That said, there's no guarantee that we will actually get one.
Hamas refused the deal. Did that just come out? Did that just come out? Did that just come out? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I gotta do some research, thanks to you. Who said that? Wireless mic? Yeah, wireless mic. Thank you for keeping me apprised of potentially breaking news, as I like to keep things up to date up around here. However, I feel like you're throwing a thorn into the situation because we had plans, big plans for fun. This doesn't sound like fun. I'm only seeing news from months ago coming up right now. All I'm seeing is that Israel is rejecting any truce talks until Hamas gives back hostages and concessions. But I'm not seeing anything on Hamas refusing the deal. If you could link me something in Discord, that would be helpful. Okay. Alright, folks. Not actually getting edged. Fun time. We're going to have some fun. This is a comedian by the name of Sammy Obeid, who I find very funny. And I haven't seen this one yet. Just came out. It's entitled Crowd is Sus. And hopefully we can enjoy this together for the first time. Well, I don't know if anybody else has seen it yet, but at least for me it's the first time. So let's have fun. Huh, guys? Alright, let's do it, chat. Killing people's family members is a really poor way to make sure that they don't attack you later. Yeah, no, it's not the best strategy. Okay. Yep.
Is there something I didn't talk about tonight? I thought you said eye patch kids at first. I was like, that's f***ed up. That's really f***ed up. It's not what we call them, okay? We call them little pirates. And the iPad kids, do you have one? No, just thank God you wouldn't let your kid have an iPad. You'd probably try to stay away from it, the kid. Does anybody here consider themselves having an iPad kid? Screenagers. I like that. I'm sorry, but I like that better. How much? You have 2 screenagers. Twins. Do you love one of them more? Or? Yeah, for sure. You're not ashamed to say it. That's a good parent right there. Honesty goes a long way. Is it the one that came out first or the one that came out second? Oh, no. Why do you think the second one was easier to love? You can play video games with them. See? That's a good parent. Not like you, just avoiding your hypothetical iPad kid. He's playing with one of his screenagers, ignoring the other. Does the other one just not like the same games that you do, or what? She plays different games. What a shame. What a disgrace to your bloodline. Your kids are in school. What do they sleep, like 8 hours a day? More or less. Pick a day. Tuesday. 8 hours? Psh. Pick a day. Tuesday. Yeah, 8 hours for sure. Okay, Saturday, how many days? 16. Holy sh**.
Jesus Christ.
I am jealous. Those are sleep agers right there. Okay, so let's say on Saturday or Sunday, they're sleeping 16 hours. So if there's 8 waking hours, how many of those 8 waking hours are they on the screen? 4. So half, 50% of their waking life.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Do you feel that you should be moderating that more?
I do the best I can.
You do the best you can by playing the video games that your loved one likes. You're doing great. Keep it up. What else? Give me another. Okay, well, I used to be both. Now I'm just one. Arab men. Whoever said that. Fan? Not of me, of the Arab men in general. Oh, down? Oh, it depends. Okay, on day of the week? Tuesday? Tuesday is a great day for Arab men. Now, I don't want to make this too racy.
Oh.
But let's pick another race. Same question about white men. Yay or nay? Oh, down. Okay, so you're straight up racist. So it's just wanted to know where the barometer was. That's all. Filipino men? They're nice? It depends on the day.
It depends on the day.
Is there any group of men that you like? No, not at all.
Okay. At least she's honest.
The white men apparently at the bottom. So, sorry, white men, I didn't invent this class structure. You've had a positive experience with an Arab man before? He paid for dinner. Well, good for him. Get you an Arab man. On a good day, he'll pay for dinner. Won't pay for dinner. What's the bad quality? They're a little sus. For those of you who don't speak Gen Z, that means they're a little suspicious. No cap. You're millennials, I know, but you've co-opted Gen Z lingo, okay?
It's true. It's true.
And that's a little sus.
That is a little sus.
No cap. I'm not bussing.
No cap.
Say
No
less.
buzzing. Quit stealing Riz.
I'm a little cringe right now, okay? I'm going to go ahead and say that Arab men are awesome, okay? We're very cool, right? Thank you. One Arab guy. Fucking holding on for our dear lives. Fighting for our name. Yes, we pay for dinner! My dad's an Arab man. And I love my father. He provided for us. He paid for dinner quite often. What I think was so impressive about my dad is he could do so much in one day, while me and my sister were sleeping for 8 hours, depending on the day of the week. My dad, he would get up at 5 a.m. every morning, do yoga, and then he would come down, he would cook the dog's breakfast. He would always cook the dog's breakfast first. My dad was a kind of an atypical Arab dad. He loved dogs, and he would feed them 3 times a day. He fed them more than he fed us. He would cook for the dogs, then he'd go back upstairs to do Taibo. You know Taibo? Fucking like kickboxing. He used like a Taibo tape from the 90s for like 20 years.
I've never heard anybody cooking for dogs. I know you feed them, but I can't even imagine. What do you cook for a dog? Just human food?
And then he would come down, he would feed me and my sister, he would take us to school, and then he would come back home, shave every day, because the Arab man, if you're going to shave, you got to shave every day. He would shave, put on his suit, go to work a full 8 hours, come back home, take me to soccer practice, pick up my sister from her friend's house, cook for the dogs again, cook dinner for us again, do more work from home, learn a foreign language, do the taxes, watch the news and curse, tuck me and my sister in, feed the dogs again, learn another language, do next year's taxes, do more work for home, read a French book, and then fall asleep. all while cheating on my mom.
Oh
And the whole
my
day.
God. Oh.
So impressive, this Baba.
Oh, it's terrible.
No one's perfect.
That was
That is
us.
so sus. Baba's so sus. Sus Baba.
Sus Baba.
Teachers. So I was a former teacher. Does anybody here ever been a teacher before? Ever been a teacher? My folks, amazing. What do you teach?
My best friend on earth is a teacher.
That course is probably not that.
Chicken and rice and veggies, dog, love it. You don't know how people get stuff done without coffee. I have to drink a cup of coffee to start and finish the workday. Yeah, as the Galactic Streamlord, I am constantly imbibing either coffee, tea, or energy drinks. In that order, not necessarily. Really up for grabs. What's closest to my hand? Okay, tea? Yeah, we'll go with that. That's my life. By the way, I don't know if you're all enjoying this as much as I am, but it's nice to have, you know, a pro-Palestinian comedian with good takes on most stuff, you know, that we can enjoy here on stream together. By the way, if you haven't found him on YouTube, definitely check him out. Sammy Obeid, spelled O-B-E-I-D, I believe. On YouTube, he's pretty easy to find. He has been growing pretty quickly.
Radical, is it? A lot of button pushing? Oh, okay. I thought you meant like metaphorically. Like,
Yeah, me too.
Like, let's talk about abortion today. Like, what, dude? What? Did you study that stuff in order to do it, or?
It's a lot of like teaching yourself.
Teaching yourself.
Well, yeah, you don't need a degree or whatever.
Yeah, you don't need a degree or whatever. Yeah, no, that's clearly. Yeah. Hey, we're looking for someone to teach our visual animation class. I can press buttons. I'm a button presser. Yeah, I was a teacher for about 7 years. I quit that to do this, which shows you how little that pays. That was my second job. My job before that, I was a pot dealer, so I've evolved. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I went from drug dealer to teacher. I was reverse Breaking Bad. I hear there's a shortage of teachers in Canada. And healthcare workers. Yep, that's what they told me last time I was here. Because they're not giving out a lot of degrees or whatever. But the healthcare workers are going to the States, right? Because there's more money there with our f***ed up system. So we're over there paying a lot and not getting healthcare, and you're not getting healthcare. Where's the healthcare going?
Where is it going?
It's going to Israel.
Oh, burn.
I'm all for conspiracies, but I'm...
That's kind of true, though. That is genuinely kind of really true. Not the whole way true, because it costs less to give universal health care to Israel than it does to America, because there's a lot more Americans than there are Israelis, but that is dangerously close to the truth.
Have to push back on that one a little bit. All healthcare workers going to Israel. Every OBGYN is only delivering in Israel. It's called birthright. All right. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like people in chat are having at least a reasonable amount of fun. This is good. All right, what do I have on my list? Show me the list over here. Ooh, in what order do I want to do this? Oh God, this is tough. This is tough, chat. This is tougher than I thought it was going to be. Getting down to some difficult, fun decisions. Huh. What does a man do in this situation?
Taking crazy pills!
Whoops. That's not quite the right length.
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay, that looks right. Sorry, folks, doing multiple things at the same time.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, not quite. Getting close. Alright, so I think I've decided, though. We are gonna watch, if in case you missed it. This is tough. Difficult, fun decisions is how I describe playing Baldur's Gate 3. That's a great reference. Yes, that is exactly what Baldur's Gate 3 is. Very accurate description there, Pitchforks Dragon. Crazy pills in chat. Uh-huh. Alright, so we're gonna watch, in case you missed it, and we're not gonna watch the whole thing, as it happens to be 7.5 hours long. But this is the Hills live stream from CPAC 2024 from 9 days ago. Hopefully we can just kind of watch this and laugh, although there will probably be a number of disturbing things that are said during this. It will mostly be stupid and dumb. So let's watch it. Have a giggle to ourselves. Does Gabby have an emoji? I feel like I've missed that. If she does, alright, next. Wait, I'm doing this out of order. Don't do that. Oh, wait, mute. Wait, what is... What just happened? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Oh, there it is. Somehow... There we go. Dang. I hope nobody saw what my next video plan is. I'm trying to be discreet. Oh god. Another Starlink satellite going by the space station. Fuck you, Elon. Okay, CPAC 2024. This is from 9 days ago. Live streamed on the Hill. I have to mute it until we get to speeches because they play a bunch of music that they probably don't even have the rights for. Oh, this should be fun. This is going to be fun, guys. I'm ready. I am ready. Oh, wait. She looks excited. You look like you're taking crazy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Okay, we don't need this. Let me guess. This lady is gonna actually. I kind of want to watch this. This is gonna be the national anthem. I can almost guess. Oh my god, this is bad. Are you hearing this? She's not even in tune with the music right now. Listen again how bad this sounds. Oh my god. Hey, do not play... No, bad. I'm pretty sure I'm about to get copyright struck for that 1 second of Bruno Mars that just played in the background. Almost definitely. Oh god. Who is that? Who knows? But her dress is fucking insane. This is the dress of an insane person. Big circle with the Second Amendment. Protect the bare arms. Bare arms. Oh my god, I can't listen to any more of it. It's so gross. And I don't know why they're doing this weird interpretation of the song. I thought they were conservatives. Gotta keep things the same way. How dare you change the anthem? Unacceptable. It's probably second place winner of Miss Crossburning. Second, yeah. Runner up at Miss Crossburning 2023. Good point. Good point.
Be not afraid. We need courage now.
My guess is this is a live prayer for everybody, because that's what Republicans need. They need prayers. Because they certainly don't know how to legislate.
More than ever before. The left is trying to stop us full force using
Yeah, because you want a theocracy, idiot.
leftist media, the propaganda machine, using legal remedies to try to take us down. They want you to feel isolated, and we will not. We are a family. We are a community. We have come together because we're going to take this country back. And I want to say, while you're here,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I want to put you here right now at this time to do this great work that needs to be done. To make sure that we stop this leftist agenda and make sure that we focus on building a strong.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
That's good.
Secure America. Because when America is strong, the world is strong. And remember, communism and the leftists that the Democrat Party, they're all about authoritarianism tactics. They are all about oppression. We stand
What are you talking about? This woman is just saying nonsense talking points. This is gonna be great, honestly. It's just gonna be continuous garbage for 7 hours. We're not gonna do all 7 hours, but just trying to get the gist of the situation. This lady is claiming that we are the authoritarians. Meanwhile, Republicans, right-wingers, want to tell us all how to live our lives according to the Bible. So, me personally, I'd rather live my life accordingly to my own beliefs and not the beliefs of psychotic individuals such as this woman, who seems to be squinting her way to victory somehow.
liberty. We stand for
She looks more plastic than a G.I. Joe. It does appear she's put a lot of effort in different places here. Why does she have to swing an imaginary hammer for every sentence? Because it helps hammer home the point, metaphorically.
freedoms, and we stand for our families. Communism pushes the culture of death. We push the culture of life. Communism wants to dictate to you how you have to live, how you have to raise your children, indoctrinating your children. We stand for.
Meanwhile, the Republicans would love to tell you exactly how to live. It's so much so that they're going to take away women's rights to health care. They're going to tell all people who aren't Christians to go fuck themselves and leave. They're going to tell you that if you're not praying enough, and if you're gay or trans or any other sort of non-conformist sort of identity, that you're a problem and that you need to leave and that we will not support you. And that's the life that she wants us to live. And I say no, thank you. I'd prefer actual freedom, not manufactured nonsense.
Parents' rights.
Parents.
So what I tell you right now, our message to you as we get started.
It's literally like every single word she says I want to push back on, and I don't know exactly how much I should, because this is honestly the first time I'm watching this with you all. Like, there's no way I was going to watch 7.5 hours of this twice. Literally, and I'm not, like I said, we're not going to watch all 7.5 hours of this, but there's no fucking way. Like, this is all just live for me as well. Shit, I've already gone 2.5 hours? Man. Moving fast. Okay.
You all are assembled here in front of God to be the front line, to be the front line of this battle, and we will triumph over our enemies. That's right.
You know what? Speaking of all the hammer analogies being made in chat, I feel like if we gave her an actual hammer and then just got her to say these speeches, like in front of like some piles of wood and nails, we might solve the housing crisis. Sorry, that was terrible.
I think we got to do better. You know, CPAC is this wonderful, intimate place where we all come together. But as you know, it'll have a bigger impact on politics around the country and around the world than really any other event. We've picked an audacious theme where globalism goes to die. I think you need to stand up and let the UN and the WHO and the world...
These guys don't want globalism. And when they say globalism, what they mean is they don't want global sort of unity between governments. He doesn't want people to work together. What he wants is a class structure created by capitalism where, you know, the most elite, richest people can lord over everybody else. And, you know, that's the kind of globalism he wants. He wants a corporate globalism.
Economic Forum, know what you think. Can you stand up and tell them that we think this is our time? This is our moment? And to the gentleman there who gave that middle finger salute, I think that's just fine. That was good too. And keep standing up. Because there's an important thing going on in our country in which the whole world is watching. And that is, there is a unique American.
The whole world is watching and laughing / gasping. Okay, since we've made it 2.5 hours, I'm afraid I'm going to need a quick break just so that I don't collapse over here. Won't be too long. But before we take an actual break, I've got something to ask you folks. Whoa, that's huge. I'm still here. Still here. Just trying to set something up. Everybody to kind of vote on, essentially. I mean, the real vote's going to happen in the Discord, but I figured I would throw this up here live on stream for everybody to sort of look at here and take in. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. I'm missing one. 1, 2, 3. Ah, there he is. Oh, he's so cute. Okay, chat. So, what I have about to show you is Galactic classifieds, if you will. Okay, so I've been considering very strongly adopting a Galactic dog, and I've been looking at the Galactic classifieds, and well, here are the decisions I'm trying to make. These are the 4 dogs that I have my eye on right now, and in the Discord, which maybe one of our moderators could link in chat, you can help me decide which of these 4 beautiful Galactic dogs I should adopt into the Galactic family. They're very cute. You notice that they've all got their own vibes. So, you know, take it in. You know, make some considerations. And if you're in the Discord already, I've posted them in Pets, the Pets channel, so you can see the pictures at your discretion. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick Galactic break, and we'll just hang out by the pool, because it's Sunday fun day, and I'll crank some tunes. Wireless Mike likes the Labrador. I too like the Labrador. Is a galactic dog anything like an atomic dog? Good question, good question. The question I don't have an answer to. If it makes it better for you, then yes. Okay, chat, I am back. Hopefully you are adequately enjoying the Galactic Pool side. And remember, if you are a subscriber to my Patreon or of, I'm trying to remember what other things. Either way, if you're here right now, if you're already in the Discord, you're an important galactic individual. And therefore, if you send me an emote idea or a picture of yourself, whatever it is you'd like to go onto the screen within reason, I will make it happen. So you can be seen partying here by the Galactic Pool, or just contribute to it in however you would like to. Okay, what next? Alright, turn off the music. Hope you enjoyed the Galactic Dogs. And it sounded like I heard one vote for Labrador. Okay, back to frickin' CPAC 2024. Okay. Actually, let's move on from this idiot. This guy seems extra dumb. Well, actually, not that it matters. I wonder if there's anybody important that comes to this thing. Yeah. Oh. I know that face. What's happening? Oh. Oh god, here we go. Actually, let's watch this little infotainment video they've got for us. Oh, I'm sure this will be super enlightening. Oh god. I can barely restrain my excitement.
There's a concerted effort to intimidate and censor conservative thinkers.
Aww. Censored? That's weird, because I think Ben Shapiro alone has got like 15 million subscribers across platforms. Dan Bongino's got like 50 million or more. I mean, like, in what way are these people being suppressed? Steven Crowder, how many subscribers does he have? How many people are in Mug Club? 1.4 million followers on Instagram, 3 million on Facebook, 6 million on YouTube. So across platforms, he's got like 10 million followers. Steven Crowder. Suppressed? Wow. I'd love to be suppressed that hard.
He looks good, and he looks hard. By the most liberal progressives America has ever seen. It seems like everything they do is to the detriment of our great nation. But there are plenty of patriots with the courage to stand up to the left. Join AMAC. AMAC is a voice for conservatives that cannot be ignored. AMAC today.
The Association of Mature American Citizens. Wow. Alright, yep, you make dinner. Anybody who's got to do other things, NBD, we will be here for now.
My family is calling MAGA supporters enemy of America. Right. I am the daughter of a Cuban political prisoner who fought for freedom, who fought against authoritarian and dictators. He sounds just like Fidel Castro did.
I'm smashing my head into the microphone right now. Joe Biden sounds like Fidel Castro? Oh, wow. I had no idea. And I've been listening this whole time. How did I not notice the similarities? Biden, Castro, Biden, Castro. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Have they done any of the same things at all? What a nonsense statement. Good God. I'm going to be using this button a lot, folks. Oh, I just realized that the sound is down. The sound is down way low.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Sorry about that, chat.
Joe Biden, he should be ashamed of himself. No American should be called a Nazi or be
except for Nazis.
called an enemy of the state. Those of us who love love this country, and I have spent my whole life defending freedom in America.
If you own more than... This is a serious statistic, and I challenge anybody to look this statistic up. If you own more than 5 American flag pieces of clothing or actual American flags, there's like a 25% chance that you are in fact a Nazi. That's statistics. Look it up. This is serious, folks. Wink, wink.
Hey everyone, it's Matt Schlapp, and I'm not here with...
Every time I hear his name, I laugh. I don't know why. But it's just such a hilarious name. It's not fair. It's childish of me to be using these sorts of attacks on Matt Schlapp. That's not right. That's not right. It's an ad hominem, and it's wrong. I'm sorry, chat.
Show called America Uncanceled several times a week, and make sure you tune in.
I'm not trying to ban anything.
But you're not trying to ban any books.
Who said I'm trying to ban books?
Are you trying to remove books from libraries?
From public school libraries.
Right. Okay.
Marked by climate change activists, new technologies, and massive geopolitical instability, we see energy policies have profound implications. The last 3 years have seen record high...
The gas prices were because gas stations were robbing everyone who buys gas. Okay? Like, it's insane. Sure, did the production cost of gas go up slightly? Yeah. But not anywhere near the actual price increases at the pump. Because there were 2 groups of people, at least, who were both gouging. That's gas suppliers and gas stations. It's gross that they want to blame it on anything else but that. Because it's not as if like Biden implemented some radical like gas tax. Didn't do it. Could have done it. Could have tried to make a difference, but he didn't. And yet these people are still trying to go, oh, blah blah blah. No, Biden is out to get you with the gas. Look how much the gas costs.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Prices and once-in-a-generation inflation. Energy has been at the center of all of it. During President Biden's first month in office, American oil production fell nearly 27% from its previous high. By the summer of 2022, a gallon of gas averaged more than $5 for the first...
I'm sure the pandemic had nothing to do with that either, right? Right? Nothing.
All the while, Biden drained our strategic petroleum reserve, looked the other way.
Factually inaccurate, mostly because, well, kind of factually accurate. Partly because, like he's not taking into account the fact that the pandemic was slowing and that we weren't expecting to have to refill the oil reserve as quickly as we did. But he's also going right past the fact that under Biden, a great deal of new gas and oil, what do you call them? There's like a permit that oil like drilling companies have to like ConocoPhillips or Chevron or whoever else like they have to get like a permit, and he's done almost like a historic number and in a bad way. So I find it hilarious that they want to demonize the guy when he's doing all the stuff that they kind of like. There's been very little actual progressive policy from him. Pitchy out of here. Oh, he's just going to make dinner. Hey, Snixabaya, good to see you. What's a great sound drop? Fucking damage, homie. I don't even know what that's from. I'm gonna have to look that up at some point. I have no idea what that's from. It's about the sound it makes. Okay. Sounds funny, but I'm unfamiliar with it. The stations don't make that much money on it percentage-wise. But when you raise prices because you know you can, they make more, right? And I know what you're talking about, but, it all adds up, right? And even if they only increase their like say they're making 10 cents a gallon normally without rate, like whatever. But that's still keeping them in business, right? But then you increase it to 30 cents a gallon. Suddenly you're making 300% of what you were before. Doesn't sound like a lot change, but you know, like that's a lot. But there was in some situations they were upping it by even more than that, from what I heard. So like that's just my understanding. And like the thing is, like if you looked at the actual price of oil, like the actual price of oil, like against the price of gasoline, there was a huge disparity that was unaccountable for us anything else but the gouging of consumers.
Iran's oil sanctions and begged other nations to produce more oil, not to mention threatened to take away your car, your gas stove, and hot water heater. As the election nears, stay tuned for more updates.
I wonder how copyright struck I'm going to get for all this stuff that they're using. Like, they're using a bunch of songs, and who knows if they have any of the permission. Not that it would even affect me, because even if they had the permission, I don't. So, probably going to get screwed by this video. That's okay. At least know the cause.
Because in 2024, energy is on the ballot.
Where's my fucking
Ladies
vape?
and gentlemen, please welcome host of the Ben Ferguson podcast, Ben Ferguson.
CPAC. How are you guys? How are my favorite deplorables, as they call us?
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
For you? I tell you what, I was talking to a reporter before CPAC, and they always call you and they try to bait you. And they're like, man, Ben, are you guys nervous? You know, Donald Trump's looking old. And I said, man, how nervous are you that you're asking me?
Alright, we're going to move along with this dumbass speech. Who is this he brings on? This guy, I think, is a senator. Can't think of who it is. Is it Tommy Tuberville?
White House coming November, it's more than just getting good people elected to office. We are at a war right now, and they are at war to control our children because they believe that our children are part of the United States government. They are not yours. Your kids, your grandkids, these communists and socialists and Marxists, and believe when they talk about your kids, it's property of this country.
Oh my god, so many buzzwords. It's impossible to keep up with.
Hillary Clinton has said it takes a village. Why? Because she doesn't like your home. She likes her village. And her village, she wants to indoctrinate your children.
I don't want reality.
We have got to wake up and pay attention about our kids. Which brings me to somebody that's fighting this good fight in a way that is so important. That is United States Senator from Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, a coach, a man that fights kids.
Oh no, you know, I didn't even hear him say that because I just feel like I'm, you know,
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And like, I missed that. He said that our children are the government. That's the most nonsensical thing ever. But no. Actually, I take that back. We're watching CPAC right now. We're going to hear more nonsensical things than that during this situation, but he's at least competing. Maybe we should do a tier list for stupidity? No, we don't. I don't have the energy for that. Although I kind of want to do it. Oh god, CPAC tier list of stupidity. Oh, it's so tempting.
Out here, we're going to have a conversation about the American family. Senator, come on out if you're back there. Senator, good to see you.
Good to be here.
Let's talk about kids real quick. You have been a coach first. We have something in common. We both had a stint at a place called Ole Miss.
God, I hope that they aren't coaching anybody that actually needs help with things. So these two seem like a real problem. Did anybody hear who that was? I was reading chat and I totally didn't hear who the fuck this is. So I fucked this up.
And pay attention about our kids. Which brings me to somebody that's fighting this good fight in a way that is so important. That is United States Senator From Alabama, Tommy Tuberville, a coach.
It is Tommy Tuberville. It is Tommy. Oh my God. Chat, Tommy is here. Here to tell us all about judo Christian values. Well, as he comes out, we're going to have to do something very serious for him.
Welcome him out here. We're going to have a conversation about the American family. Senator, come on out if you're back there.
Yeah. 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 Judo Christian values.
Out there, hotty toddy.
Is it quiet? All right, I changed it a little bit. They just keep changing the freaking volume on all these videos, and it's hard for me to keep up on what people are hearing. So thank you for letting me know. This should hopefully be better.
That's what I like to hear. I want to ask you about you when you ran. There was a lot of people. I'm one of them. Was like, what the hell are you doing? Why would you leave this great life? You got to be involved in the arena of sports. You got to mentor young men. You got to have an impact on their lives. You then get to sit back and kind of enjoy it a little bit. And then you decided, I'm going to run for Senate.
When he says mentor young men, it really weirds me out.
Why?
Don't be creepy.
My wife asked me the same thing. What the hell are you doing? Ben, it's good to see you. Good to be here. I saw through education and traveling as a head coach all across the country, going into high schools and homes, I saw the indoctrination process, and we are indoctrinating our kids.
Well, I'm having kind of similar situation over here, Mona. Like, I can hear it, but it is quiet in the mix, and I have it all the way up right now. I think part of the problem is that they're speaking using lavalier mics at CPAC, where I'm sure the tech is not amazing in terms of like having the best people there right now. So I don't know, but they are in a large space using lavalier mics, and that's difficult to make work. Look how he's sitting. It's weird. Yeah. Yeah, he's sitting like he's like trying to avoid being like squished by something.
In the government schools across the country, that's the reason we need school choice. Can I get an amen on that?
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
You could do sound at CPAC, yeah, and all of us could do sound at CPAC.
To change direction. If we don't, we're going to lose. Folks, our country is in bad trouble. I've been up here 3 years, and I've seen all this mess, and it's
We should look at how seriously Tommy Tuberville took education with his student athletes. Yeah, let's look at that. Let's look at that while they're talking.
With what's going on with our family, with our kids, and with this crazy idea of gender. They want everybody to be the same. And it's... you can't make it up what's going on up here. You really can't. But I'm for school choice. We have to get that. It's a necessity. We've got unions. Unions at one time were good for this country, but not unions for our teachers in our schools, because they have absolutely been the ones that drag our country down, because they want to teach this woke DEI.
And what Tommy Tuberville would prefer us to teach would be just Bible scripture and capitalism 101. Being a capitalist cog 202. Ah, boy. It's ridiculous listening to all this, and we're not going to, but I knew that I was pretty sure that that's who this was. So that's literally you. Wait, what's happening? I missed it. Yeah, I'm trying to look into this student athlete thing. Well, this isn't. This doesn't appear to be in relation to that, but this is a BR article entitled "Tommy Tuberville says NCAA players are already getting paid their scholarship." The world of college athletics could be on the verge of a major overhaul with the possibility of federal legislation allowing athletes to profit off their skills. According to Alan Blinder, that's super weird. I wanted to say Alan Binder, of the New York Times, just don't expect Alabama's junior senator and former Auburn football coach Tommy Tuberville to be among those in favor of it. Speaking to TMZ Sports, Tuberville said he thought scholarships and financial awards from players' universities should offset any discussion about paying collegiate athletes. Players are already getting paid, he said. You got to remember that they're getting their scholarship. Plus, most of them are getting $600, $700, $800 cash a month for what we call cost of attendance. And so nobody's going hungry as a college athlete, men and women. Tuberville said he believed the college experience should always be about education. This is not farm minor league sports, he said. It is education. Right. Meanwhile, universities continuously profit off of their student athletes by way of all sorts of means, including fundraising and advertisements. It's ridiculous. How was my Tommy Tuberville impression? I feel like it was like a 6 out of 10 personally, but you let me know.
Socialism agenda that our parents don't want. And of course the government have attacked our parents for years. They want to divide the family. They want the dad gone. They want the mom to get a check for every kid to, be on welfare. It's a disaster, and it all goes back to Christian and moral values.
You mentioned the
Judo Christian values. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen. Excuse me, chat. I'm so sorry.
Aren't I a good guy?
My dogs, good to see you. WICD Foxy Dragon, good to see you. I don't think I've ever seen you in this chat. Are you a new chatter? I think so. Good to see you. Good to see you. He dragged you here? AC. What a guy. Although I don't condone using physical force to bring people to the stream. In no way do I condone that. By the way, I didn't hear anybody put up numbers on my Tommy Tuberville impression. I just want to get a gauge on it, really.
home, and I think this is exactly what communist, socialist, Marxists want. They don't want a dad in the home. They want the government to be the dad. My hometown of Memphis, Tennessee this year, they think that about 84 to 86% of all African.
Meanwhile, 99% of individuals such as this want Jesus to be their daddy.
African-American children born this year will be born into single-parent households in my hometown of Memphis, Tennessee.
Now, I don't want reality.
The government has become the father. And you see the crime that's rampant in cities like Memphis that I love. You see it in places all over the country where you have these liberals that have taken over the school boards. They've taken over local government. They're letting criminals out of jail. The other day, we had a man that shot a woman 4 times. He was already back on the streets in Memphis while she was in surgery for a life-saving surgery at the hospital.
I'd love to see the statistics on that one.
That's America now under the Democratic Party, and they love the fact they're controlling these mothers and their kids.
Oh.
Exactly. And
I thought of it as what you can do, like the channel, not as Wicked. Wicked Foxy Dragon. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification.
Worse. If you just look at the migrant situation that we're having now, the open borders, there's a reason for that. I mean, they're overwhelming all states in the country. They really want to overwhelm the rich.
The thing is people like Tommy Tuberville here have been avoiding actually dealing with immigration reform and improving the the legislation on refugees and asylum seekers because they don't want anybody in this country that is even slightly brown or non-judo Christian. So, you know, everybody start practicing your judo.
And how are they doing that? I've got a couple of high schools in the
Oh, it is like the channel, but you pronounce it wicked. Okay. Okay, so I was halfway there. I was kind of there, just wasn't all the way there.
State of Alabama, where I represent, and because of this illegal immigration, they have gone from 15, 20, 30% of Hispanic to 70, 80%. We're having to educate them, and that's a hard job when they don't speak our language. It's just atrocious what this government's doing. Joe Biden's administration, it's not him. He doesn't know what day it is. But it's the administration that he's got.
Or what year he was the vice president, but let's not stop there, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go past that one, too. There's people behind the scenes running this show, and it's just, you know, being a...
My dog says a yellow belt in karate. Okay. It's not great, but it'll do. I'll take it. We need more leftists who can kick some ass.
Politician, being an educator all my life, and coming and seeing this clown show up here, it hurts to know. My dad fought in World War.
This is a clown show. I think he's somehow being self-reflective in that statement because the entirety of CPAC has been a full-on clown show this entire time.
He died on active duty in the military, but all the things that are being attacked, from our education to our family, transgender in sports, which don't get me talking about that.
We're about to, don't worry.
Yeah. And then, of course, they're
great.
The military, the law enforcement, our debt. I mean, there's no answers. They want no answers up here. They want government to take over, and as you said, that's their number one goal. They want to control everybody. Those of you out there think your economy's good right now. Your economy's good because we're borrowing.
What is he talking about? This guy has lost his mind, okay? The stuff he's saying is straight up...
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Except it's not, because it's literally just completely made up out of nothing. He wishes that he was saying nonfiction right now. Like, the fact is that the Federal Reserve raising rates is the reverse of borrowing. They're essentially... They've been selling assets, not borrowing. So... He's just telling people lies and hoping that they believe what he's saying. Oh, God. Morbius Dragon, good to see you. Everybody's showing up today, apparently.
Credit card, taxpayer credit card, $80,000 a second. 4.6 million.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Oh, yeah, good point, MTG.
In a minute is how much we're putting on a credit card for the taxpayers.
You feel like he's always been okay with saying fake things? Totally. Yeah. I feel like part of it is he's just completely indoctrinated. He is a down-the-line orthodox thinker who thinks that, oh, he knows everything because he listened to some idiots at one point and is just regurgitating it all.
Out there, money's being flushed out there. Your economy looks great. Folks, grab a hold and hold on because it's going to get bad. Because sooner or later, we all know that credit card debt's got to be paid.
I want to talk about, and you have a unique perspective as a coach. I played sports in college, played tennis at Ole Miss, and it's not hard to figure out there's a difference between men and
Don't be creepy.
Sports. There's a reason why you have men's basketball, women's basketball. There's a reason why you have men's football in college and you don't have women's football in college. Doesn't mean that one's better than the other. But this idea that we are going to blend these together and anybody can wake up on any given day and go, I'm the opposite sex. We had track stars that are breaking women's records. We have swimmers that are breaking women's records. We have trophies that are being taken away. But
oh my God. This guy is just having some sort of delusional moment here. I feel like it's time for us to freaking move on from these idiots. So they're just going to say a bunch of nonsense about transgender people that is anti-factual. I don't feel like even trying to call them on every single non-factual thing they're about to fucking say. Because I feel like it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to be too many things. DJX is on too, but not much else. Oh. Yeah, I didn't realize what DJX did until like yesterday, I guess, I think, or 2 days ago when I saw him streaming with what you can do for that like cartoon they're working on together, which I found very interesting. But yeah, I just don't want to subject everybody to a bunch of lies that these people are about to tell, most likely. Unless everybody wants to listen to the nonsense. We can listen to all of it, but it's just, we can't get through the whole thing. At least, like, hitting up parts of it, which is what I'm trying to do. By what? There's no way. It's a 7.5 hour long video, and we're only an hour in. I don't want to stream that long. What time is it right now? 10:30. So if we watch this whole thing, 6.5 hours, it'd be 4:30, and then we wouldn't even get to watch any of the other things I wanted to look at. Where is Pink? I don't think I've ever seen Pinkerbell in this chat. Ever. But if you know how to get a hold of her, you know, everybody's welcome here. As long as you're not an IOF supporter. And actually, we welcome IOF supporters just so we can yell at them and then ban them. So, really, everybody's welcome here to a degree. Must be Republican? Wait, who? Is the entire WYCD Senate here? Is there a Senate? I had no idea. I didn't know it was nearly that serious. I'm not in the Senate. I know that. I haven't been elected to any office. Although I am trying to form my own government, the Galactic UN.
What worries me more than that is scholarships. When you work your tail off, there's a lot of kids that make it out of poverty because of sports into college. It may not be an SEC school. It may be a Division II school.
Wait, what did I just say? I just said I was going to forward past this. And we're only going to listen to people sitting down. Maybe that'll cut out a bunch of time. Oh, God, but there's another infographic. Oh, that's going to be so cringe. Oh, we got to watch it. Oh, we got to watch it. Oh, God. I hate to say it, but we do.
Instead of being at the helm of the government like it should be. You think about those people who sacrificed, who came before you. You get ready to sacrifice. And then let's all get together and do the thing that we need to do. Protect freedom in this nation. God gave it to us. Now it's time to defend it. God bless you all. God bless the great state of North Carolina, and God bless the United States of America. Thank
you. They always need to get a black preacher to the CPAC so that they can feel that they have done their part. So great job, CPAC. Wow. Really moving.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Is that what he calls viewers? Somehow I've never heard him say that, or I've just been focused on too many things at once. That's my fault. Oh God, why are they doing this to me? That is a super... Oh, why? I'm still getting copyright struck, chat. It's happening. It is happening. I honestly only found Jake more recently. I don't know how long he's been streaming for, but I don't think I really found him until I saw him on Left Past 10. You know, the letter hack mafia. I do enjoy what I've seen generally.
Make your case.
Fault.
You had to give her the idea, didn't you? Why should we be ready for Michelle? How is she going to do it?
Thank you, Maddie. And it's great to be here with everybody, and thanks to Matt Mercy for having all of us here at CPAC. So, yeah, it was 2 years ago. I happened to see a brand new documentary at the time by my friend Joel Gilbert called Michelle Obama 2024. And a week or so later, I came here to CPAC. You know, a light bulb went off in my head when I watched that documentary, and I thought, even at the time, 2 years ago, there is no way that Joe Biden is going to be the Democrat nominee for president. I mean, he's always been a corrupt hack, but now he's a corrupt hack with dementia. So I thought there's no way that they can put him up in 24. And when I saw Joel's documentary, I thought, that seems to be the most obvious and logical route for the Democrats. So 2 years ago, from this stage, I was the very first person after Joel and his movie to raise the possibility that the Democrats might reach for Michelle Obama. And I'll never forget the...
Have they done that, though? Is that true? I don't think they have. Unless I've somehow missed something, which has happened before. No, everybody, including Republicans that I'm seeing here on Google, say that this is an idiotic conspiracy theory. Okay.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Fell silent because there was not a peep from any of you, could hear a pin drop, and then there was a collective gasp.
Is she going to teach us about MLM? And at any moment, she's either going to try and sell us real estate or MLMs, or an MLM, a real estate MLM. That would be my next guess, is that she's going to sell us a timeshare.
It was one F word. That was me.
That was you.
Yeah.
And I remember saying, guys, don't shoot the messenger. It does us no good to live in wishful thinking fantasy land that the Democrats...
What happens if we buy 2 timeshares and sell the other timeshare? Then we're timesharing for free, fellas. Folks. Sorry, I don't know if you know that reference, but it's from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where the gang buys a timeshare. And it's pretty hilarious. Trump is completely sane and not at all deluded. Okay, sarcasm, I'm pretty sure, is implied in that one.
Don't have a plan. They are communists. Communists always have a plan to seize and retain power. And when you look at it right now, Joe Biden doesn't know what planet he's on, so the president is completely out to lunch, and the vice president is in a constant state of nervous.
Calling Joe Biden a communist is gonna be, I think it's gonna be a theme here, and it's just one of those things. As a person who's much closer to being a communist than Joe Biden is, I find it mystifying that they see it like that. Because I've watched his whole presidency and been like, wow, you've really done some terrible stuff. A couple of times you made some good stuff for workers happen, and then you broke the railroad strike. And then, you know, like, I'm trying to think of which ones even outrage me the most, but like, it's frustrating to me that they look at his policies and go, communism, Marxism, and it's like, not even close. You would buy M&Ms? Yeah. M&Ms sound like a good plan.
Down. So the Democrats cannot run either one of them, and the solution seems to me, and there are all these names being thrown out like Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer, but now more and more people are on the Michelle bandwagon after I threw it out here 2 years ago.
Literally nobody
and
is.
It seems to me she covers all of the bases, unfortunately.
All right, we've heard enough from her. Let's move along.
I think... You all right there?
I'm fine.
All right. I think... This is how I think it's going to play out. I think that obviously if Joe Biden can't actually stand trial, he can't be president of the United States. As soon as they get rid of the, messy Democratic process, because they're the Democratic Party, right? They get to the convention. He steps down not just from the ticket, but he steps down from the White House. Kamala Harris...
CPAC feels like more of like a support group for recently divorced anti-vaxxers than anything else. You know? Like, it seems like it's like a meetup place for recently single right-wingers whose partners have decided they're completely out of their minds. And they can come together and they can kind of reassure each other that no. We were right about this. Biden's definitely a communist, and the vaccine makes you a magnet.
And becomes president of the United States and runs as a historic figure, our first woman president. And she's running as an incumbent from the convention.
That's a good point, chat. That's a good point. Soul Life did promise us to teach us how to MLM.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I'm afraid that's the game that you've played, So Life. Okay? This is the future. And previously you told us that you would teach us the ways, and now you've left us in a lurch. I don't think anybody appreciates it.
For those 10 weeks, and because I don't see how they get rid of her. And you're right, Dr. Jill is going to hang on to the White House with her talons dug deep, but that's why she becomes Secretary of Education. Because, believe it or not, her doctorate is not in heart surgery. She's actually a PhD in education, and she cares very much about the children. So she becomes Secretary of Education, she still gets power, they still get the grift going for the Biden family, and Kamala is President of the United States.
Chat, you're making it very hard for me to focus on the nonsense that these people are saying. You're just all being so funny. How am I supposed to do both of these things? I can't read and listen and run a stream at the same time and make funny sound effects.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Running as an incumbent against Donald Trump.
The mechanics of this are very difficult because, and again, I don't know how realistic any of this is, because they're not just...
God, this woman is a complete loon. I'm moving us along. I think everybody will agree with me on this.
And I think he would have loved this. He would have loved this conversation
For sure.
that we just had.
You would have said be meaner.
They're all just unhinged. Honestly, they're all just so unhinged. It's impossible. Oh my God. And they're like talking. They're all talking at the same time. It makes it so hard to even respond to it. Yeah, you're confused. I'm confused. I think we're all confused. This discussion has really lost its what's it, if you will. In fact, I feel like we've gotten 2 hours deep into this. I'm gonna do some very quick scrubbing just to see what it looks like. God, no, we don't need to hear from him. This guy looks like Scooby-Doo villain that lives on a plantation. Too much bleach in her hair. She's bleached her brain now. Yep. You feel so robbed. You've been vaccinated and you're not magnetic? What? Crazy. You're telling me that you're still alive and non-magnetic and you took the vaccine? OMG. But the VAERS self-reporting system said that people had become magnetic zombies. And of course, everything that's ever been self-reported is always true. Right, chat? Yeah. About that. Okay.
Now, I don't want reality.
Let's see. Anything else here aside from this? Actually, maybe we should listen to this. These plantation zombies.
State level. It's called the writ of quo warranto, and it's a legal proceeding to remove.
Well, this is very exciting. We're talking about writs. Old English, like
CLE credit.
Common law stuff.
Yeah,
Thank
CLE
you.
credit for free.
I need some CLE credit this year.
But the writ of quo warranto is a unique procedure.
How do you spell that?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask.
Quo warranto. I can't even say it.
The legal proceeding is really unique, and fortunately it's infrequently used. We don't have to do this very often, but that's the check that we had at our disposal. You know, we filed suit after less than 45 days on the job for me to get her out of there, and we're ultimately successful, and now we've...
Wait, I don't even know what he's referring to. And now I'm genuinely slightly interested in what the fuck this guy is saying. I don't know why, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to watch a little more of this.
Right now to talk to some leaders in criminal justice system. We have a state attorney general from Missouri, a couple county and elected DAs. And I think I want to frame it this way. There's a lot to talk about. We don't have a ton of time. But Kent, I want to start with you. You're in Arizona. You're seeing the current border crisis play out. How is it affecting your community and the state of Arizona generally? And what can Arizona do without the help of the federal government?
Well, the biggest issue that Arizona is facing right now
is this an infomercial for his law practice? That's a great question. And actually, I kind of want to pull it back or forward to where this guy's actually talking and about what I wanted to hear about, because I wasn't sure what he was referencing. I wanted to hear what case he was trying to reference.
The failure of the federal government or southern border?
You know, it is a shame that the current administration has willfully refused to enforce the laws that are on the books. We know that the tools exist at the federal level. President Trump reduced illegal border crossings by more than 90%. And yet, on day one, when President Biden took office, he hung an open sign, perverted the law. And I think that's, you know, we talk about the 1,500 deaths in Missouri in 1 year from fentanyl overdoses, the 43 innocent children, small children, who died from accidental fentanyl exposure, 1,100 reported incidences of human trafficking, making Missouri the fourth highest.
How about all the children that were like injured by the what's it called? That razor wire that was put up along the border in the freaking Rio Grande. Was it the Colorado River? It was one of those two rivers that forms a border. And like it just, oh my god. This dude is such a nonsense person. And from what I can understand, it sounds like he legislated, like, or filed suit for some property owner. At least, no, I think I have the context. And, like, so basically this guy is, like, a full-on, just a devil's advocate. A literal advocate for terrible people. That's what it sounds like. And he's just out there doing terrible stuff. Fun. Okay, I feel like I've had enough CPAC. It's just making me sad that they can find all these terrible people, that they all exist somehow, and they're stoked to be here. Really grosses me out. Okay. Since it's the fun day, we are doing something I don't normally do. Whoopsies, that's the wrong direction. Oh, wait, no, it's not. But you all get to watch me do something that is unexpected. Maybe unexpected. But we already watched a tiny snippet of a Rational National video. But Ethan Klein's gonna get... he's gonna be big enough of a creator that we're gonna at least look at this recent video. So, and I only caught snippets of other people's reactions to this, so I really haven't seen almost any of it. But what I heard was really unfortunate stuff, so I really did want to address it. I don't know when it all starts, but hopefully everybody has patience to go through this with me. And if you're unfamiliar, which I feel like most of you are not unfamiliar, but Ethan Klein recently went off at people in his chat for them challenging him on certain beliefs that he's been espousing about Israel and anti-Semitism and some other stuff. So, yeah. All right. Akfe Hasete Ipalape. Hurtful. Unless you're directing that at someone else. I feel like you were, now that I'm thinking about it, but my initial reaction is I'm hurt.
Wow, Ethan, great move. Keep it up.
Hello, everybody. It's Friday, March. The Ides of March, they say, right, Olivia?
Yeah, Olivia.
Is that a Macbeth thing, or was it?
They do.
Was that before Macbeth, or is that a Macbeth thing? The Ides of March.
Caesar.
Yeah. Oh, it's a Caesar thing.
Yeah, Roman, dude.
Yeah. I just remember
You
it from
need to
Macbeth.
think about the Roman Empire more. You really
You're
do.
right. Actually, you know what? I've been watching. I don't know if you've heard. I've been watching all kinds of Roman Empire historical video essays on YouTube.
Really?
Like,
No,
yes,
I haven't
ranking.
By the way, if any of you are
best
new to the channel, I tend to usually stay with as firsthand or primary sources as I possibly can, mostly focusing on news, world events, or American politics and stuff like that. I avoid using other like leftist quote unquote creators stuff, but Ethan isn't he confuses me, and he doesn't truly feel like a leftist most of the time. He just feels like a guy with a stream, and so I don't know. This is for me, like, it's a little bit out of character, but because it's Sunday FUNDAY, we're definitely doing, and hopefully we can all have fun while we're probably going to be criticizing Ethan a little bit.
Roman emperors from worst to best.
Who's the top?
And what are you
who's the
learning?
top? Who's the bottom?
I believe the top.
Augustus?
Yeah, the top is Augustus,
Augustus
I
the
believe.
go, bro.
Full name.
It's the go, bro.
And then on the bottom is a bunch of people I didn't expect. Nero, like all the ones that you hear as like the worst ones, were actually in the middle.
I'm a bottom.
Apparently, Nero's infamy is exaggerated by his story.
I think BCat is right on this one. He's not a leftist, you know? He's just a content creator who has espoused leftist opinions in the past, but really doesn't focus strictly on that in any way. I honestly have never really watched his stream much. And I was barely even aware of him when he helped Sam Cedar get onto Steven Crowder's show. I was aware of him, don't get me wrong, but I've never been a subscriber or a follower of Ethan's. Like, honestly, most creators that are of his ilk, I haven't really followed much of.
In several places.
Really?
Yeah. The Ides of March is the 74th day in the Roman calendar. Oh, it's March 15.
It's the first time I'm hearing this.
The Ides of March?
Yeah.
The first
I guess it's a cursed ass day.
March 15.
What year is it?
March 15 is a cursed ass motherfucking day.
All right. Good to know.
So, Zach, keep your eyes and your ears open on March 15.
Bro, we can't play it. It's cursed.
We should just wipe it off. Let's skip March 5th. Let's do 14 to 16 like they do in Vegas.
Right.
I'm down.
Unlucky Floyd. Actually, we learned at the win. Oh, by the way, today's episode is sponsored by Gamer Subs.
Ah, yes. Thank you.
Shout out.
Thank you to Gamer Subs.
And Teddy Fresh.
Yeah.
Thank you for your support, Hila. You're one of the only ones. You're one of the only ones left.
Nice doing business with you.
Nice doing business with you.
Yeah. No, and I think that some of the things being said in chat are definitely good analyses of the Ethan vibe, right? Like BCat here, he tried to code himself as more progressive, but this latest arc has shown he's still racist, entitled, and blinded by his own privilege. And yeah, that's a huge problem that people need to learn to address. Morbius lost 5 pounds in 2 weeks. Well done. Well done. Not sure what you've been doing, but clue us in on the secret, pal.
And at the win, because the Max win, casino where we stayed, apparently all of the 40th floors were just evaporated.
Right, I'm gonna move this forward a little bit, as this appears to just be a bunch of beginning nonsense.
I got it in front of the camera. Love you, no homo. Where do y'all keep hitting me with these weird ass mugs?
Love ya,
Self-doxing
no
is my hobby.
A fan sent that
Love
to us,
you,
actually.
no homo.
I believe.
Cheers, my horse.
Cheers, my. I need that one, fan, if you're watching.
Love ya, no
Nope.
pedo.
How are they doing? I haven't thought about Tipster or Keffels.
I think it's pretty sussy.
I don't care about Keffels so much. Tipster, to me, he was near and dear, and I wonder if he's
got to be heartbroken.
If he's
But,
changed his
I
mind.
mean,
Dipshit.
He made his stand.
He stood on Lolly Hill.
Stood on his
He
principles.
did.
You do.
And his principles were about watching child porn.
Or goblin like.
I guess stand by your
Dipshit.
principles, you know? Stand by who you are.
But yeah, I think they seem
Hey,
to
chat,
be
I'll be
laying
right
relatively
back.
low.
I
I
have
don't
to do
know.
something
I haven't
here
heard
on
much
Space
either in
Station,
the last couple
but
weeks.
I'll be listening along with you.
You know
Get
who's-
the fuck out.
You know who's laying low?
Who?
Is my boy Aiden Ross.
He has not responded.
Right.
Crickets.
We thought for sure he would respond, right, AB?
Yeah.
However, I think they're just so used to being absolutely shit on by every corner of the internet that it's like, whatever, another day.
True.
Ethan's shitting on me again. What's new?
Real quick, we're trying something new with AB's mic. Maybe it can help you hear better. We saw a Reddit post, so I don't have the name in front of me, but thank you for the tip. We tried a new EQ thing, so it might help you hear him better. I don't know if it will work.
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
But it might sound better for the audience.
I heard
That's
him that
worth
time.
noting. Okay, true.
4 is considered unlucky in China because it's pronounced and sounds like C, which means death in Mandarin.
Oh, that's right.
Interesting.
You got a good enough reason.
Yeah. That'd be crazy if we had like number 4 was just like death.
1, 2, 3, death.
AIDS. AIDS, cancer, murder. Whoa, dude. Can you guys just change the number? Like, you know what I mean? Who did that? Who put those together?
Right.
Common words. Anyway, shout out to the Chinese. We love them. Big up the Chinese.
Big up.
Big up. Happy New Chinese Year.
Speaking of bigging up the Chinese.
It's the Chinese New Year, so Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's to the Chinese. And also Bevo, the original big up to the Chinese. He is in LA, as people noted, but we've been on the trail. And our boy Bevo, the one and only, Mr. Beavis himself, that's his surname, that is his surname, will be joining us on Monday.
What?
I am so excited. I am so thrilled. I genuinely think this might be our most star-studded podcast to date. I mean, it's going to be phenomenal. I'm so excited.
Is it close to you to meeting DJ Khaled?
I'm so nervous. Oh my God.
Bevo is more than Khaled.
More than Khaled. I had a feeling.
Dude, Bevo's taking over the world.
Yeah.
You know the rules.
The whole ocean. Together we're stronger.
That's what he does when he swallows. I don't know if I'm good at it.
It looked just like a cappuccino.
I'm excited, though. We've got all kinds of shenanigans and fun planned. And I'm excited to meet the guy and see what he's really like, you know? I was thinking Bevo for Bachelor next season.
Oh, my God.
You know you'd love that.
Maybe you'll be married by then. We don't know.
He'll have kids, yeah. Apparently his girlfriend's pregnant already. So, excuse me. God, this cough since when I was sick
It's
last
not
week.
going away.
I mean, it's getting better, but God, the coughs last so long.
Oh my God.
So, okay, we got a great show today. For one, we will be talking about the highly applauded, the greatly requested Willy Wonka experience hailing from the UK.
So excited.
We have prepared a PowerPoint. We have prepared all kinds of... Basically, what we're going to take you on is a boat ride journey through the tunnel. It does not wait. You're snowing. Is it raining?
I've been trying to watch it along with you all. Seeing a lot of chats here. Welcome back, Robert G. Your goal is 30 pounds. Okay, Morbius. Okay. Trying to get that summer body going. I'm hearing you. Wireless Mike is contesting whether or not this is fun. Let's see. Anything else that I missed? Moanoa also seems to not be sure whether or not we're having fun. You know, chat, I am trying for fun. You know, it's a tough world out there. So, yeah, did the first 2 hours contain a lot of non-fun, and then the supposed fun half contain CPAC and now Ethan Klein? Yeah. And you know what, chat? Sometimes I don't know what is gonna be fun, and I try, and if it is not fun, people tell me, and then I can grow from that, you know. And if you tell me what you think could be fun, then, you know, maybe I can adjust, you know. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Oh, I just realized that my face is missing. Hello. Okay. Oh, they have nice little sliders here telling me what's going on. Oh, I think I see where it is. Now I can just go right ahead to where it gets... Okay. Cardio. Cut down on the carbs. Everybody should know how truly despicable Ethan is. Well, thank you for the support. You're just over the React content. That's fair. And like I said, because it's Sunday Funday, I'm doing React content. As you know, normally I don't do this sort of thing. But, you know, I heard only tangentially some of the stuff that he said, and I was genuinely interested to know. So, you know, I'm just doing this to, you know, take the vibe down slightly from genocide and famine and ethnic cleansing and war and environmental collapse and capitalists turning the world into altered carbon. You know, just trying to keep it chill, wireless mic. But I get it. I too sometimes struggle with the React content, partially because, for instance, for half of this video, or at least the first part that we were watching, I barely knew who they were even talking about. The only reason I even know about Keffels is because of NCC. If it weren't for No Comment Chick, I would have no context for most of this, because I literally didn't even know who Keffels or any of those people basically were, aside from like the non-orbiters of that group. Like, I was aware of Destiny, I was aware of Vosh. I did not follow either of them ever, or like really get into their content, and yeah, so like I've never really been in that orbit train, if you will. Is there any reason for you to watch H3? There was a time that show was actually fun to watch. The anti-core, I'm barely eating anything, just not hungry. Well, take care of yourself. Make sure you're at least eating, because your body will hold on to this is a slightly unknown fact, but if you starve yourself, your body will start holding on to fats and things like that more stringently, which will be counterintuitive to your diet.
Dear Paul.
Hold on, we're having a technical issue. Oh, we got a technical. No, I dealt with that. Is there? I didn't know there was.
What are you supposed to remember, Soul Life? I don't know what you're talking about. You tried crash diets and you regained the weight. Right, that's part of what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're forgetting, Soul Life. I wish I could help. If you're using the to-do list, which mods have access to in the Discord, you wouldn't be forgetting this, and you'd be remembering it because it'd be on the list.
Post. I'll talk. I don't give a shit. What do you want me to say about it?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me check up. Yeah. What do you guys think, though?
I thought it was great.
About the call?
What is there a post? I don't see a post on the subreddit. Yeah, I guess
maybe it's been removed.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess some people are mad that I said suicide bad. Another hot take from Ethan Klein, the Zionist genocide supporter. Thank you.
I thought the call was great.
Yeah, that was what was so interesting is like, let's start it as a goof.
Mm-hmm.
About
I
how
know.
everybody loves this guy.
Totally.
I didn't know anything about all this with like the plagiarism. I never heard anything about that. Nicole Amber was spearheading the movement.
Years ago, apparently. Wow.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked out that video that he linked in the article, but I didn't have any familiarity with her. I didn't realize she was infamous on YouTube like that.
Oh yeah, she was getting dogged on for a long time. Is she still uploading?
Not really. Very sparsely. Whatever the word is. Didn't she have some recent drama too?
Hold on. Why are people mad at me? I want someone please to explain it. Explain why you're mad at me. Go ahead. I'm dying. Please.
Are people mad?
They're mad about my comments about Aaron Bushnell on the See You Next Tuesday. My point was this. I think you should be careful about how you romanticize suicide because it's going to encourage more people to do it. That was my take. And that apparently enraged people.
I honestly haven't heard almost anyone. I think I maybe heard one person romanticize, as he puts it here, Aaron Bushnell's protest. But I think you have to genuinely and seriously respect it, but more importantly, be able to separate the fact that it was a horrific thing and the fact that it was arguably the right thing to do, even though it was so horrible and it's so tragic, right? And like, you don't have to like use that kind of language about him and about his protest, like just because you don't agree with his methods. Do I agree with his methods? No, I don't. But it is so poignant and it is so stark, the way he did what he did, that I feel like what he's saying here is disrespectful. You don't think it was the right thing to do? Well, I understand your feeling about that, you know? And do I think it's worse that we're worse because he's no longer here and we could have had another voice helping us? Yes, in many ways, yes. And I think that it's unfortunate that he took his own life, right? Like, that is there's no way to get around that. But the fact is he made a decision as a U.S. soldier who could have been killed in battle, who was aiding by way of, you know, being a part of that system. And, you know, I don't want to delve into his personal thinking because there's barely, I have very surface knowledge of his thinking, but it was his choice to make, in my opinion. Is Chrissy here? She got gifted membership in Tandy's chat the other night. I haven't seen her in a while. I haven't seen her. She's gone? What does that mean, Soleil? In what way is she gone? What does that mean?
Misunderstanding. Tell me why. I'd love to know why. Because I feel like when people are angry at me, they're looking regarding this kind of stuff. They're looking for any reason. And so I feel like if you are actually articulated why you were mad at me, it wouldn't make any sense. So I'm dying. Please write it.
What I saw,
because you made fun of him burning. Okay, dummy. I joke about all this shit every fucking day, and now all of a sudden you gotta get all bitched out. Like, give me a break, dude. I wasn't even insulting him. I said,
damn, he's like just straight up yelling at chat right now. Like he like totally raised his voice right now. BCat, that's the thing. We're not to say whether it was right, because to him it was the right thing, and by saying otherwise is reductive and dismissive. That's a fair point. And I guess, you know, like, I think it's a very difficult thing to talk about, first off. And the fact is I support the message that he stood for. That's the thing that I'm trying to get across, right? And that, and you're right in that it's not for us to decide whether it's right or not. And I think it's easy for us to opine on that, or not easy, but it's like something people want to do when it's so like heart-wrenching of a situation you want to justify and to make things right or wrong. But yeah, you're right. We can't be in his head. We don't know what he was thinking, but we do know what his message was. Yeah, no, absolutely. People can get gifted memberships when they're not in chat. I get gifted memberships when I'm not in chat because I chat so much in certain places, and yeah, it's a thing that happens for sure. How many October 7th jokes has Ethan made? I don't even know. How many has he made? Has he made a lot? Honestly, the last thing I think I really watched of Ethan before this was of when him and Hassan got into that argument on their joint podcast. So I don't actually know. Has he been making a lot of October 7th jokes? That seems like bad taste.
The joke was that it was distasteful, and I was complimenting his resolve, frankly. And the joke was that it was a compliment in a really distasteful way. That's my fucking humor. I do it here every day. And
I mean, it's especially on the members, which is a little more unfiltered.
Ethan gone wild.
Unfiltered by design. It's just kind of like Ethan is there. And
No, but I would say that joke on the podcast.
Sure.
And I joke
but if especially on the members, you just kind of like shoot the shit.
Yeah,
whatever
absolutely. But it's really annoying that like people they stand by like just waiting.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying that you don't think he's made any, but he says he jokes about everything, and so he's being a hypocrite or disingenuous at least. He made multiple Islamic jokes, but it's because he's racist. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. And the thing is I don't know enough about him and his record on things to be able to be 100% about saying one way or not, whether or not he has made those kinds of jokes. But I know there's some people in chat who know a lot about this.
For any reason to call me, and by the way, call me a Zionist, make it about how I support genocide, about all this horrible fucking shit, to call me racist. Why? Because I made one stupid, insensitive joke that, by the way, they didn't call his character into question. It literally was just like, he was really good. And my point was that, like, his resolve was crazy. And the thing that, really struck me about that video was how he stood there.
That was my first reaction.
And I was like, wow, I didn't even think that anybody could do that. So, I mean, I don't know how to talk about that, but his resolve was incredible. And what I said was, he's really good at burning alive. And I mean that as the most sincere compliment possible. He really is.
And it's obviously
that's the
thing. Really dark,
I know what she's about to say. Dark humor and blah blah blah. That, and as a guy who really appreciates dark humor, that's too far. That's way too far. I didn't know that's what he said. Oh, yeah, that's gross. Oh, Ethan. I want to like you. He always seems kind of nice, but then I hear things like this, and like from people who I respect in chat saying he's racist and all this other stuff, and I immediately am repulsed by him because what the fuck, man? Like, that's wrong, okay? I don't care what his point is. I really don't. It's not funny. It's way too soon, too. Way too soon for that sort of a joke. That's part of the problem with content, I feel like, is trying to make jokes on things that are very current is a dicey situation, and you gotta be ready to accept that you've said something fucking wrong. Okay. Honestly, I don't know if I have to even hear anymore after that. That's enough. He went way too far. And unless chat tells me I need to watch more of this, I'm gonna switch, because that's good enough for me. That is wrong, dude. His parents still support Israel. Oh, his parents are Israel supporters. Ethan's are. Interesting. Interesting. I didn't even realize he was Israeli or Jewish, for that matter. Although Klein should have been a giveaway, and I never really considered it. They started the stream with no homo and no pedo BS. He could have had a much louder voice if he were still here. His parents also support his message and actions. They encourage people to watch the video and read his message. Interesting. Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying, Morbius, about mixing joke and reality. I guess part of the problem for me, and I'm not sure by the way that that's phrased, but I guess for me it's just like a situation like that, right? Like, it's someone's suicide is not something to fucking joke about, okay? In any way. I think that's something that in society we've normalized to some degree, but for me, you don't do that. It's not funny, and it's never funny when somebody kills themselves. I've had family members kill themselves, and it's horrible, and it affects people for, in some cases, generations. So, you gotta, in some cases, I think you really do have to watch where you try and find humor. I try and keep myself from doing things like that, and I'm not nearly as influential as he is. So you're great with flushing it. Okay, yeah, we'll flush it. We're gonna flush that turd. He only gets worse. He can't help it. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Whoops. So all right, there's some more stuff I want us to look at here. And I just remind everybody that I finally got my Patreon approved, so that is up and running, and I'm going to be trying to update it as much as I possibly can for supporters. Still on the road to getting monetized here on YouTube, but I have to say, thanks to all of you people, things have really been moving in the right direction, so I'm pretty stoked about that. So hopefully we'll be able to have subscriptions for the channel, as well as like emotes for subscribers and other things that I have in the works right now. This, since we are a space-based podcast. Wait, what's happening in chat? Oh boy, chat's moving fast right now. Ethan hasn't shown the Palestinians any actual concern, though, so he doesn't get to make choice. Yeah, 100%. I wish he didn't feel pushed to that extreme, but I respect the fact that he made a decision of sound mind, and I think his message. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a lot of nuance being broken down. All right, but since this is a space-based podcast and it's fun day, let's watch this. This is the oligarchy, folks. This is the capitalization of space. It's a combined NASA SpaceX launch mission to the International Space Station. They're just here to cause me more problems. To take space away from the people. Was that a suggestion? You want us to play Jeopardy, FG? Watch it, people. Your tax dollars being interspersed with SpaceX, a company run by a man who loves apartheid and loves the billionaire oligarchy that runs the entire world. That's what's happening. The intermixing of NASA and SpaceX, a government
Stage 1, RP1
program,
complete.
and a capitalist enterprise. Oh, I sounded like Alex Trebek, so you thought it was Jeopardy. I see what's happening. God, ticking down to corporatization of space. Sad, folks. It's sad. Group hug for everybody.
Dragon is then configured for terminal count. Falcon 9 tanks pressurizing for strong back retract.
Your sister tried out for college Jeopardy and got pretty far in the tryouts. She said Trebek was an arrogant asshole. R.I.P. Trebek. Oh, Jesus. Is this a SpaceX launch? Yes. Yes, Wireless Mike. This is a fucking SpaceX launch. It's a combined SpaceX NASA launch because why not intermingle SpaceX with our government? That's the right plan. Yeah, Gabby's right. Good for Gabby. It makes a great point. And differences of opinion on such things is there's nothing wrong with that in terms of, you know, especially with your opinion. I can say 100% that not only is it okay to have different opinions. In this case, I genuinely understand where you're coming from, and I'm genuinely, kind of on the fence myself about the whole situation. It breaks me up every time I think about it, and I just want to respect the man as much as I possibly can. So that's what I've been trying to do. Anyway. Wait, what? Who's using that kind of language? Hopefully not here, because that's unacceptable.
Stage 1 lock load complete.
That's weird. They use dial-up and Windows
Dragon is
XP.
in terminal count and is on internal power.
joke.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Well, folks, I'm bracing for disaster here in the space station.
Stage 2 lock float complete.
Oh, God. You hear that? Stage 2 lock complete. It's about to happen, folks. It's about to happen. I don't know if we can withstand whatever's about to come up here in the space station.
Dragon is in auto.
Fingers crossed, everybody.
Ground gas closeout. Expect loud venting.
Oh, God. I'm not ready.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
You don't like people
Dragon
using
is in
the R
countdown.
word. My oldest brother has special needs, and it pisses me off. People say it. Yep. Totally. And there was a time when it was completely
Dragon,
normal
space
in
X.
society to say
Go
that
for
word,
launch.
and people need to wean themselves off of it because it is nonsense in
Jack
2024 to
Daddy,
still
go
be
for
using
launch.
that word. Soul Life will ban their ass. Expected.
T-minus 30 seconds.
BCAT. Someone in Situation Room called. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. Your province is developing the maritime launch commercial spaceport that
15
ought to be
seconds.
great for our scenic little island. Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm
T-minus
sure
10,
it will.
9, 8,
Oh, God.
7, 6,
Oh, God,
5,
Chad. I'm not ready.
4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, engines full power, and liftoff of
We're going
NASA
to need
Crew 8.
all of
Go
the power
Falcon,
of Judo
go
Christianity
SpaceX,
to be able to
go
stop this
NASA.
one, folks.
Vehicles pitching
One
downrange.
Alpha.
Copy, 1 Alpha. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Nominal power and telemetry. Stage 1 throttle down.
Blow up, blow up, blow up, blow up, blow up. Just kidding.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Actually, are there people on this? There might be people on this, so that's wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Stage 1 throttle up.
1 Bravo.
Take it back.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
Everyone's always talking about Canada's space program. Is that factually accurate?
In fact, chill has started.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Well, I think we might be okay, folks. But that one was close. That was too close for comfort. Alright, it's going off in the radar. I think I am safe for now. But I'm always under threat of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and whatever that other dick's name is who owns Virgin Galactic. Okay. Next, this is all breaking news, by the way. That was streamed 18 minutes ago, technically. So that literally went right by the space station as we were covering it. Next is a video in Ecuador where apparently a volcano is erupting. Whoa, that is pretty cool, honestly. But like just that shot is just kind of incredible. This must be from a plane. Wow, that lava is going pretty high in the air. Doesn't appear to be a explosive sort of eruption. It's more, what's it called? Because there's like two kinds.
Marion Phillips'
there's like
sister
the Mount
Miriam.
St. Helens kind, and then there's the more tropical kind, which I think is what is in Ecuador, which makes sense. This is a global news piece on the concerns of measles vulnerability increase as cases are confirmed in Ontario and Quebec. Maybe if people got their kids fucking vaccinated, we wouldn't be having problems like this.
Marion Phillips' sister Miriam was 2.5 when measles ended her life.
I've heard the horror story. Back then, there were no vaccines, and she contracted the measles. My mom thought that she was at a daycare.
That was back in the 1950s, a time when measles would infect tens of millions of children every year. Millions died worldwide.
There is a resurgence of measles around the world, and we've had some new imported cases of measles recently.
The measles vaccine is so effective that after 2 doses, most people are...
Yay, measles. Really? Really, though? My God, my dogs. By the way, good to see you. I can't remember if I said hello to you when you joined in. But it is good. Yeah, but seriously, if people would just vaccinate their kids and we didn't have these sorts of problems, it wouldn't be an issue because we have a vaccine, which I believe is like literally nearly 100% effective. I gotta look it up, but as long as you get it as a child, I think it's almost impossible to get it.
Completely immune. But vaccine hesitancy is on the rise. And in some parts of Canada, the number of people protected has fallen dangerously low. In Alberta, the vaccine rate hovers around 75%, far below the national average of more than 90%.
The immunization rates for measles may have dipped during...
Okay, it's 96% effective. As long as you get both doses.
The COVID-19 pandemic. And now there's some catch-up to do.
In Florida, where clusters of measles cases have been reported, the state's Surgeon General has defied the Centers for Disease Control guidance by not recommending vaccines or requiring unvaccinated children to stay home from school.
Genius.
Health officials say they're concerned under-vaccinated Canadians could be exposed to measles during travel this March break.
We expect more importations and potentially further spread.
The first of 2 doses of the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine is given when a child turns 1. But if families are traveling to an area with an outbreak, an additional dose can be given to infants as young as 6 months old. A life-saving advantage Marion Phillips wishes would have been available a few generations ago. Heather Yurex West, Global News, Calgary.
It's crazy how the anti-science people are sending us back to the dark ages by just not doing simple things like getting kids vaccinated. It's not 100% effective. Immunity can diminish over time. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm seeing here slightly, but if you haven't taken it at all, it is much, there's no, you know what I mean? There's nothing aside from your immune system fighting it, so clearly getting the vaccine is better than not. You think you got an MMR booster a few years ago. Interesting. Those that say they are anti-vax seem to forget that they are already vaccinated. If you go to public or private schools, you have to be. MMR is measles, mumps, and rubella, which is all administered in the same shot, I believe. Floridian anti-vaxxers better stay in the petri dish, of a state. Yeah. Okay. Under-vaccinated comedians. Under-vaccinated comedians. It's a real scourge. It's a real scourge in the community of the comedian community. Okay.
Similar winter wallop has also.
Oh, I forgot to say what this was going to be, but this is just more weather. This is Saskatoon met with nightmare commute after being bombarded with heavy snowfall. It's a Global News article.
Pounding the prairies with heavy winds and snowfall, creating a nightmare for commuters in Saskatchewan, including our very own Global News meteorologist, Peter Quinlan, who joins us now from Saskatoon with the details. Hi, Peter. So how are you and others out there coping with all of this?
Jeff, people who chose to stay home today are doing much better than those who decided to venture out, and you can see why. These are the kind of scenes Saskatchewan residents woke up to today. 30 to 40 centimeters of snow in one dump hit Saskatoon, potentially one of the biggest snowfalls the city has ever seen, and as a result, we are dealing with traffic chaos out on the roads. Crews and tow truck drivers are not able to keep up. The snow has been falling so heavily and steadily, people are being forced to abandon their vehicles right along the side of the...
Oh, that's right. My dog lives in Canada. It was minus 30 there last night. I assume that's I was about to call it something stupid. It was Celsius, right? I assume it wasn't minus 30 Fahrenheit, because I think that'd be nonsense cold. But yeah, the extreme weather continues, fluctuating between spring-like weather in February to snows that are so large that they are record-breaking. I think this is the second one we've looked at today. Space program, it's still just in the planning phase as far as I know, but it's coming apparently with all of this pollution. I don't know what that's in reference to. So many chats to keep up with. Okay. It's still fucking cold. Minus 22 Fahrenheit. Okay. Ouch. That's painful cold.
City services, businesses, gyms, churches, and even ski hills were forced to close Sunday due to the major snow event. Some drifts were up to 1 meter in height. The snow started Saturday and visibility has been reduced at times to blizzard levels of 400 meters or less for hours as winds whipped over 70 kilometers per hour. Every single highway leading into and out of Saskatoon has travel not recommended, and many major highways across Saskatchewan have been completely shut down. Most flights into and out of Saskatoon's John G. Diefenbaker Airport have been canceled or delayed Sunday, and the University of Saskatchewan and many local schools may be canceling classes on Monday. This weekend's snowfall rivals Saskatoon's previous all-time one-day snowfall record of 30.
When they cancel school in Canada for snow, you know it's bad.
From January 10th, 2007, but will not make the record books because Environment Canada has stopped recording official snowfall data in the city. So the good news, the snow is expected to taper off into early Monday. The bad news, it'll be followed by minus 40 wind chills, and it's going to take crews quite some time to clean up. In the meantime, you are advised not to be traveling in the Saskatoon area, and this is why vehicles like my car here got stuck already once today and had to get towed, and then on my way into the parking lot, once again, we got stuck. Poor Rhonda the Honda. It's a good thing that those couches in the station are comfy enough to sleep on, Jeff.
My Honda Civic got stuck in the snow. I wonder why. I'll tell you why, pal. You freaking idiot. Okay. Sorry, I'm checking something first before I move on to the next video here. Yeah, okay. That's my plan. Good. All right, next is we've been covering this now for days. This is more from the South Korean doctors who are currently rallying against the addition of more doctoral students. So yeah, and I think, as I've said before, these protesters are misguided. They are, objecting to something that is objectively good, but because of the way that South Korean society and the way its system of economics is set up, it's incredibly, well, not incredibly, but still very unfair in many ways, and live in a corporate sort of autocracy, if you will, almost, in some ways. Not entirely, but, it's a weird place. It's different, but similar to a lot of American problems. No subtitles? Oh my god. What we are demanding is to start the discussion from the beginning. The government said it has discussed the issues many times with doctors, but it is a lie. The President has been emphasizing the plan to increase medical school quotas by 2,000, and officials have been saying that they won't reconsider the plan. We want the government to go back to the beginning and start earnest negotiations with doctors. The fact is they need more doctors. And the money exists, right? But it's just all in these chaebols that basically run the whole country. And so if, South Korea treated them with a little bit more, what do you call it? Not impunity, but like realism, and maybe broke them up, did some other things, taxed them some more, they could pay doctors more, and have these doctors not be upset about the addition of more doctors. So, I mean, while I understand what they're... And the problem is I don't speak South Korean. I wish I did. I feel like I'd be able to give a lot more perspective. But, from my understanding, it just feels like they're protesting the wrong thing, right? They should be protesting against the inequality and against... not the addition of doctors, literally anything else, it would seem. Oh, God. All right. So, that is from only an hour ago, which means that we've gotten through basically everything I wanted to do today. However, I figured that we should watch some more on the ICJ. This is the 11th hearing. There's been a lot, I know, but I've been trying to keep us up with that. So let's go to that. Oh boy, lots of stuff in chat. Holy cow. You all have taken over chat, and at this point I don't even know how or where to start responding to things. Wow. I'm impressed. Not even mad. Reload, please. There we go. Ew, what is that on my mouse? Get away. Get away, I tell you. All right, chat. I'm throwing a question your way. After this ICJ video, what would you want to do for fun? Purely fun. And, you know, we could watch a different video. We could play a game. I don't care, honestly. But I just feel like after all of this week of horrible news, and part of the weekend, and part of today, we deserve actual fun. So let me know if there's anything that would please you for us to do. Take crazy pills?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Smoke a bowl? I don't have a sound for that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Hey, good to see what you can do. How are you? It's my old pal Jake.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Okay, this is the 11th hearing on Israel's policies in occupied Palestinian territories at the ICJ. You're thrilled with the Dana Carvey drop? That's a throwback for sure. I don't know what even prompted me to do it, but I did it. I did it.
Don't be creepy.
Whoops, that's... No, sorry. Zoomed in a little too much. Alright, chat, since it's been another 2 hours since I've had a break, I'll just be watching this on my monitoring device over here while I momentarily catch my breath. If you haven't already, hit that like button and consider subscribing.
Please be seated. The sitting is open. The court meets this afternoon to hear Spain, Fiji, and the Maldives on the question submitted to it by the United Nations General Assembly. As the delegations are aware, they must keep to the 30-minute speaking time. I shall now give the floor to the President of Spain, Ms. Andrea Gavela Lopez. You have the floor, Madam.
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Court, it is an honor to speak before this Court on behalf of the Kingdom of Spain. Spain, pursuant to the invitation by the Court in accordance with Article 66 of its Statute, presented a written statement on the 25th of July 2023. The current oral intervention aims to complete that written statement and furnish the Court with some elements that, from the Spanish point of view, may be of help in discharging the request made by the General Assembly. Spain, in this oral intervention, will amply rely on the advisory opinion rendered on July 9, 2004 on the legal consequences of the construction of the wall in the occupied Palestinian territory. As it is of the view that most of the Court's arguments and replies to be found in this opinion are of paramount relevance and are also applicable to the present case. We are going to address the Court in two main blocks. In the first one, we will briefly analyse the jurisdiction of the Court and then examine the international law applicable to the case, affirming that Israel is bound by this law. In the second one, we will elaborate on the particular issue of international responsibility of states in case of serious breaches of international rules that protect the basic interests of the international community as a whole. This second part will be dealt by Professor Mr. Ripoll Karouya, head of the International Legal Office, while the first part will be dealt by Mr. Emilio Pin, deputy head of that International Legal Office, to whom I kindly invite you to give the floor now. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Lopez. I now give the floor to Mr. Emilio Pin. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, esteemed members of the Court, it is an honor to speak before this Court on behalf of the Kingdom of Spain. The competence of the Court to give the advisory opinion requested by General Assembly in its Resolution 77/247 is based on Article 65, paragraph 1 of its statute. The General Assembly, which seeks the advisory opinion, is authorized to do so by Article 96, paragraph 1 of the Charter. The questions are directed to the legal consequences arising from a given factual situation, considering international law. It is indeed a question of legal character. Therefore, Spain is of the view that the Court has jurisdiction to give the advisory opinion requested by Resolution 77/247 of the General Assembly. The lack of consent to the Court's contentious jurisdiction by an interested state has no bearing on the Court's jurisdiction to give an advisory opinion. The goal of the request before the Court is to obtain from it an advisory opinion which the General Assembly deems of assistance to it for the proper exercise of its functions in accordance with Article 2 of the Charter. End of quote. The principle of prohibition of the use of armed force is one of the fundamental principles of international law and, as formulated in General Assembly Resolution 2625, is accompanied by the following corollary. I quote, "No territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal." End of quote. The Court, which has on several occasions affirmed the importance of this principle, has not hesitated to apply this principle to the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories. In the advisory opinion on the legal consequences of the construction of a wall in the occupied Palestinian territories, the Court has recalled the principle of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war.
Sorry. Can everybody hear me now? Everybody hear me? So sorry about that, chat. So sorry about that. I just left myself muted for half of my explanation, but I'm going to try it again. Totally my fault. I stuck my AirPod into my ear to listen to the stream as I was taking my break, and it connected to my computer instead of my iPad. So desktop lost all audio, and so I hope everybody wasn't overly inconvenienced by that. Am I effing with you? No, I'm not effing with you. No. And I saw your suggestion earlier, Wireless Mike, as I was trying to take my break. I have tried playing a Last Week Tonight video and a Jon Stewart video, even for a very, very short period of time, and I was copyright struck. Actually, it was beyond copyright struck. My videos were blocked worldwide, and I was forced to trim the videos out, like the portion out of the video entirely. So Daily Show, Last Week Tonight are completely off the books for the foreseeable future, unfortunately. Yes, I'm very sorry, chat. It's an F in chat. But I think I fixed everything, so fingers crossed.
The court concluded, and I quote, under customary international law, they were thus occupied territories in which Israel had the status of an occupying power, end of quote. Finally, the court added, I quote, subsequent developments in these territories have done nothing to alter this situation. All these territories, including East Jerusalem, remain occupied territories, and Israel has continued to have the status of an occupying power. End of quote. Although Israel finally withdrew its civilian and military presence from the Gaza Strip in 2005, it has maintained full control of its borders, coastline, and airspace ever since. Consequently, as the Security Council has affirmed, the Gaza Strip constitutes an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967. The court concluded that Israel's settlement policies in the OPTs, the measures taken with regard to Jerusalem, and the construction of the wall, I quote, have been established in violation of international law, end of quote. Not only because they are contrary to the Fourth Geneva Convention, but also because they prevent the exercise by the Palestinian people.
I'm glad that I could provide some amount of Gestaden for chat here, so that you can all enjoy my woes, my streaming woes. Okay. The whole copyright shit is why you're hesitant to start streaming. It is a disaster, Morbius. It is beyond a disaster. And the thing is I have streamed on multiple platforms. I've streamed here, I've streamed on Twitch, and they have different copyright, like DMCA rules on their platforms. So one thing might get copyright struck on YouTube, but you're good on Twitch, vice versa. It's a freaking shit show. Yep, I've managed to get myself back together at least, so. All right, let's go back to watching this. I'm going to bring it back a little bit because I missed what he was saying.
Recognized as legal, end of quote. The court, which has on several occasions affirmed the importance of this principle, has not hesitated to apply this principle to the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories. In the advisory opinion on the legal consequences of the construction of a wall in the occupied Palestinian territories, the court has recalled the principle of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. The court concluded, and I quote, under customary international law, they were thus occupied territories in which Israel had the status of an occupying power, end of quote. Finally, the court added, I quote, subsequent developments in these territories have done nothing to alter this situation. All these territories, including East Jerusalem, remain occupied territories, and Israel has continued to have the status of an occupying power." End of quote. Although Israel finally withdrew its civilian and military presence from the Gaza Strip in 2005, it has maintained full control of its borders, coastline, and airspace ever since. Consequently, as the Security Council has affirmed, the Gaza Strip constitutes an integral part of the territory occupied in 1967. The court concluded that Israel's settlement policies in the OPTs, the measures taken with regard to Jerusalem, and the construction of the wall, I quote, have been established in violation of international law, end of quote. Not only because they are contrary to the...
Look, folks, there's a lot going on in chat, a lot of conversation about how it is I managed to go to the bathroom up here on the space station. You know, it's a very nice space station. I made it with my own hands, okay? And so I don't wear my spacesuit unless I'm going for a spacewalk or traveling through space. But hanging out here with you, just hanging out, you know, just chilling, full on chilling. As you can see, I'm wearing this lovely Hawaiian shirt with koi fish on it. I find it refreshing and fun. And I refuse to let those idiot Boogaloo boys appropriate a native Hawaiian form of dress for themselves. So I embrace the shirt myself. And yeah, I mean the helmet, I need to wear the helmet, but that's just a personal thing. Anyway, yeah, no floating ice crystals of any color going on in the space station. Can't make that explicit enough. Morbius has been working out too hard, so hard that he can't even light the bowl. My God, Morbius. Doing work?
Geneva Convention, but also because they prevent the exercise by the Palestinian people.
He looks good, and he looks hard. He looks good, and he looks hard.
That's to you, Morbius.
Of their right to self-determination. In its construction, the court points out that the wall, the temporary nature of which is open to doubt, is accompanied by a regulatory regime aimed at annexing the occupied territories. This aim constitutes a serious violation of the rules of international humanitarian law incumbent upon Israel. As the
yeah, it's not all that dissimilar to like a airplane bathroom, you know? I can't believe that this is the discussion today. We're talking about this is the ICJ, folks. This is serious stuff, and instead we're talking about space station bathrooms, okay? And I know it's the Sunday Fun Day, so I'm kind of trying to embrace it, to be perfectly honest. I find it pretty hilarious, but wow. There's nothing important. Okay.
In power has the effect of violating the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people and the human rights of the inhabitants of this territory.
Yeah, I mean, BCat's not wrong. There might be some flying stuff in space, but my thinking is that 97% of it runs into Skynet, whatever it's called, Elon Musk's satellites, and Jeff Bezos's face. Okay, space poop. Yep.
These statements are also applicable to the Gaza Strip. Israel's withdrawal from Gaza in 2005 has not meant that the occupation of the territory came to an end, and Israel has retained effective control over the territory through its control of airspace, territorial sea, and external land boundaries. The extensive documentation submitted to this advisory procedure demonstrates that 20 years after the court's opinion, Israel continues to implement its policies, prolonging the very serious violations of international law found by the Court. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, on 3rd October 1991, Israel...
I can't stress this enough. The airlock is for important uses only, okay? Do you know how much it costs to run the airlock, folks? It's expensive. Every time you use the airlock, it uses electricity, all right? And precious air. Hence, airlock. So, use it wisely. Let's not go kicking each other out of airlocks.
Both the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. As stated by the Court, the protection offered by Human Rights Convention does not cease in case of armed conflict. Regarding the territorial scope of those instruments, they are applicable in respect of acts executed by a state in the exercise of its jurisdiction outside its own territory. That is, that they apply both to territories over which a state party has sovereignty and to those over which that state exercises territorial jurisdiction. Those elements concur in this case. Therefore, Spain considers that those instruments are applicable within the OPTs. As stated by the Court in its advisory opinion of 2004, the territories occupied by Israel have been now, for over 50 years, subject to its territorial jurisdiction as the occupying power. In the exercise of the powers available to it on this basis, Israel is bound by the provisions of human rights law, and furthermore, it is under an obligation.
Wow, Wireless Mike, you have criticisms for my airlock? Okay, I made it myself. I don't appreciate you coming in here and telling me how to make an airlock correctly. Okay, pal? It's not appreciated. And if you want it to be a certain way, why don't you come up here and fix it yourself? Okay? It's an option you have. Just get in your spaceship and you fly up here, alright? And then you can whack at it with a hammer or something. Maybe some caulk.
Not to raise any obstacle to the exercise of such rights in those fields where competence has been transferred to Palestinian authorities. Having determined the applicability of human rights law within the occupied Palestinian territory, it is time to seek whether Israeli policies and practices referred in paragraph 18A of General Assembly Resolution 17...
Caulk, Gabby. Not the other thing. It's C-A-U-L-K. You know, like they use it for like Windows and stuff. You're all out of caulk, yeah.
7/247 have violated those rules and therefore have infringed the human rights of Palestinians living in the territory occupied by Israel. Among those rights that are being violated are those of Articles 17, paragraph 1 and 12, paragraph 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Also, the Special Rapporteur on the Situation on Human Rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967 has underlined in her latest report to the Human Rights Council that Israeli forces often detain individuals without charge or trial in what has been denominated administrative detention. Administrative detention is permissible only under very strict circumstances and must always be carried out in line with the protection afforded under international law. Palestinians in the OPTs are subject to a system of jurisdictional fragmentation in the context of a structure of institutionalized discrimination. Israeli military courts enforce military law upon Palestinians, while Israeli courts apply Israeli civil law to Israelis,
Right.
including settler.
I mean, I struggle to actually pause this to correct or rephrase anything this man is saying, because he's just saying correct stuff over and over again. Israel's an occupying power. Therefore, Israel has to meet the standards of occupying powers according to international law. I mean, it's like, where do I stop him? I don't know. I'm struggling with finding a place. What's my problem? That I don't have the right tools? Hey, look, if you want to be tech officer on the ship, we can talk, okay? Otherwise, emojis aren't going to fix this ship. You know what'll fix this ship? Subscribing to my Patreon. Dun 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 dun.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Regarding the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, there are several provisions affected.
You don't approve of my methods. You think caulk isn't good enough for deep space vacuum? Look, this place is airtight, okay, pal? But every time you open the airlock, you let out a fraction of air. This is my point. Because every time there's like a barrier, right? Like you walk into an airlock, there's air in there, right? Then you close the door behind you, and then you open the airlock, right? Releasing what's in the airlock, which also includes air. And so you lose some portion of manufactured air leaving the space station every time. And in a way, it's like you're killing me just a tiny little bit.
Israel's policies and practices in the OPTs. For example, the right to work, protection and assistance accorded to the family and to children and young persons, the right to an adequate standard of living, including adequate food, clothing and housing, and the right to be free from hunger, the right to health, and the right to...
Are you making more poop jokes, AC? Is that what we're doing today? Is that the theme of today's episode? Poop jokes? You're gonna evacuate the airlock?
Similar provisions can be found in Article 14, 16, 27, and 28 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. State parties to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, according to its Article 2, shall respect and ensure the rights set forth in it to each child within their jurisdiction. Of particular concern are the detention, interrogation, prosecution, and imprisonment.
Wow, wireless mic. That's a good point. I never thought of creating a system. You know, maybe you should go out into your backyard where clearly you have a spaceship and then fly up here and help me with that, because that's a great plan. That's a great plan. The airlock's supposed to pump your air back into the station before opening the outside door. You know, that's a redundancy I did not consider. You're right, I'm being wasteful, and that's on me. So use the airlock command as much as you like for whoever you want. Just, you know, try not to airlock each other too much, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Of numerous Palestinian children by Israeli occupation forces, practice that is contrary to Article 37, paragraph B of that convention. Certain policies and practices of Israel in the OPTs impose restrictions on the freedom of movement of the inhabitants of the OPTs and deprive a significant number of Palestinians of their freedom to choose their residence, and have, as well, repercussions for agricultural production through the confiscation and destruction of agricultural assets. On the other hand, the population...
Wait, what advantage do Navy seamen have with using caulking guns? I've never heard of this before, Morbius. I'm unfamiliar with this. I hope it was an unintentional pun. Although either way, it's still kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I see what you're getting at. Oh, your ship is in the shop, wireless mic. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me know. I might be able to work it out on my own. We'll see.
The OPTs is experiencing increasing difficulties regarding access to health services, educational facilities, and sources of water, impeding the exercise by the persons concerned of the right to health, to education, to water, to sanitation, and to an adequate standard of living.
Oh, I see. The semen. So now we're making penis and poop jokes today. I see. What am I gonna do with these kids? Huh? What am I gonna do?
All these difficulties and restrictions infringe a number of rights of Palestinians residing in the territory occupied by Israel, which cannot be justified neither by military exigencies nor by the requirements of national security or public order. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Court, the International Law Commission, in the report of its 73rd session, has referred to the basic rules of international humanitarian law as having the status of a peremptory norm of general international law, jus cogens, with the legal consequences that status may entail. The provisions of the Hague Regulations, annexed to the Fourth Hague Convention of 1907, to which Israel is not a party, have become, nevertheless, part of customary international law. Particularly pertinent in the present case is Section 3 of those regulations, which concerns military authority over the territory of the hostile state. Furthermore, the Fourth Geneva Convention, to which Israel is a party, is applicable in any occupied territory in the event of an armed conflict, and, as the Court has assessed, it is applicable to the territories occupied by Israel since 1967, including East Jerusalem. Regarding Israeli settlements, Article 49, paragraph 6 of the Fourth Geneva Convention provides that, I quote, "The occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies," end of quote. It prohibits also any measure taken by an occupying power in order to organize or encourage transfer of parts of its own population into the occupied territory. Since 1977, Israel has conducted a policy and developed practices involving the establishment of settlements in the OPTs, which are in contravention of the aforementioned Article 49, paragraph 6. Therefore, the Israeli settlements...
I gotta say, the number of chat messages that I've been getting lately here is intense. In terms of, from the first stream that we did till now, it basically, I've said it once, but I'll say it again. You all have taken over, and it's out of control. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep watching this for a little bit.
East Jerusalem.
Although it does feel like he's kind of just saying facts, just a lot of facts over and over again, which I'm not opposed to. These are facts that need to be said, but it's a little
have
one
no
tone.
legal validity and constitute a flagrant violation of international law and a major obstacle to the achievement of the two-state solution, as stated repeatedly by relevant UN Security Council resolutions. The establishment of the Israeli settlements in the OPTs is tending to alter the demographic composition of that territory, contributing to demographic changes, all in contravention of Article 49, paragraph 6 of the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Okay. So a couple more things that I want to look at here. Ah, boy. Okay, hold on here. You know what, since it's Sunday Funday, this is where we're going to hang out. Instead of in the space station, in between videos, we can hang out at the pool. Ow. That's my eye. Did I save it properly? No, it did not. You're gonna stop before you say something stupid. Okay, okay, that's a plan. That's a plan. But I mean, don't stop. You know, I feel like generally speaking, we're all keeping it within the bounds. 99%. Cannonball. Okay. This is a TRT world video. Just came out 15 minutes ago. Israel avoids ceasefire talks in Cairo, delaying negotiations. Okay.
News coming out of Israel may slow down a diplomatic resolution to Tel Aviv's onslaught on Gaza. Israel announced it would not send a delegation to Egypt for ceasefire talks, citing futility as it claims Hamas is withholding a list of all living hostages. Earlier, a glimmer of hope emerged as a senior Hamas official hinted at a ceasefire within 24 to 48 hours, pending Israel's agreement. Meanwhile, despair is growing as the humanitarian situation inside Gaza is appalling. On Sunday, UNICEF confirmed a statement from the Kamal Adwan Hospital reporting the tragic deaths of at least 10 children due to malnutrition and dehydration. The dead continue to pile up even as the enclave reels after a deadly attack on Palestinians, desperately trying to get aid. Israel claims it did not strike the aid convoy and that most Palestinians died in the stampede, despite the head of Gaza City Hospital saying that 80% of the wounded they treated from the massacre had been struck by gunfire.
We secured this humanitarian operation. It's an operation we organized, and claims that we intentionally attacked the convoy and harmed people intentionally are baseless.
The same can't be said for an Israeli airstrike that destroyed a 3-story residential building in Rafah, killing 14 people, including 6 children. The tragedy deepened as a pickup truck carrying displaced Palestinians was hit, leaving 9 more dead.
I have no one else. They've gone with their father.
This was published 15 minutes ago. If you're wireless, Mike, since you're asking, yeah.
I swear we were sleeping. These are my son's clothes.
This is why negotiators are doing everything they can to stop the bloodshed, but the world continues to receive mixed signals as the prospect of peace before Ramadan for the people of Gaza hangs in the balance. Talha Duman, TRT World.
God.
For more on this.
Whoa, slow down. Before we go to this. Oh, that was rough. That was rough to hear that. And I know we've kind of been hearing little bits and pieces of that might be happening, but God. I mean, we really needed that ceasefire deal to at least make some progress in the situation. I mean, and granted, UN observers apparently, or at least UN aid, I don't know if they're technically the observers, or if they count as observers, are at least in Gaza right now, attempting to help facilitate aid. And the airdrop from the United States happened, but that's about it. And everything that's happened, you know, right in the last couple of days could be completely in vain if, you know, Israel decides to just continue going into the refugee camp that is Rafah, and it's just it's out of control. Food for Gaza thought? What does that mean? There's more of a on the way. What is it? What were we saying? I think I missed something. I think I missed something that you're saying. Right, 30,000 meals, though, is not 500,000 meals. And it's one meal, right? For those 30,000 people that get one. And it doesn't reproduce into more meals. Okay, this next video is what might a negotiated ceasefire deal with Israel and Hamas look like. This is from 11 hours ago, from with Dan Levy, who was a former negotiator. Okay.
Reached Daniel Levy. He's a former Israeli peace negotiator and president of the U.S. Middle East Project, a not-for-profit policy institute, and he joins us this morning from London. Mr. Levy, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Pleasure to be with you, Marianne, despite the circumstances.
Absolutely. And let's just talk about what we're hearing so far, that Israel has essentially agreed to a plan that would see a 6-week ceasefire in exchange for hostages. And the U.S. says the ball is now in Hamas's court. So what do you make of where things stand right now?
Well, these negotiations have, of course, been ongoing with the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, the U.S. dealing back-to-back with the Israeli side and the Hamas side. I think the details really matter. So when the U.S. says Israel has more or less agreed to the framework, we're going to have to drill down on that. I fear that what we're looking at is a blame game, because there's two ways of interpreting what's happening right now, Marianne. The hopeful way of interpreting it is that we are edging closer, and therefore there is a maneuver going on by each side trying to increase the pressure on the other, not wanting to be blamed. The other is that the terms of this arrangement are still not close enough. The fundamental gap is an Israeli position which says 6-week pause followed by, and here it's important to pay attention to the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and his war cabinet, because they are saying they are fully, unequivocally committed to continuing the war after the 40-day pause, and that they will move on Rafah, where 1.5 million Palestinians have been kettled, having been sent from one place to another, told that's a safe zone. It became anything but.
Exactly.
So that's the Israeli position.
This is a good place for me to pause for a second. I'm going to go back 5-10 seconds here. But yeah, what you can do, I also can't imagine why anyone that's aware of the facts would object to a ceasefire. But it seems like there's a whole army of them, seemingly. Yeah, it's mystifying, all of it. And let's hope that there's more drops. Let's hope that we allow actual aid in with trucks, because they need. You can't drop half the stuff that Palestinians need right now from airplanes. You just need to put it on trucks and drive it in. That's just a fact. You know, Egypt needs to open their border, even though they have a deal with Israel. Everybody needs, you know, it's really them and Israel who's keeping the Gaza aid from coming in.
Other told that's a safe zone, it became anything but. So that's the Israeli position, more war. The Hamas position is...
And, like, the thing is, like, I was also going to say, I was responding to chat, I've said it, like, I feel like I've said it, like, 100 times already, and I've only been streaming for, like, 2 weeks, it feels like doing this, and, like, it's crazy. They were so adamant about the fact that they gave people flyers and told them where to go, and look, if they're staying behind, they're Hamas and blah blah blah, and now they're moving into the very place where they told them to go, and it's the Gaslight Express, everyone.
Unless there are guarantees that this is going to be the on-ramp to a permanent ceasefire, then there will not be a deal. Now, is there going to be an attempt to fudge that, to try and thicken the layers where it becomes more and more implausible, even if it desires to do so, for Israel to continue with this level of operation and destruction? Or is that just going to be a fundamental break? Even if we overcome that question, there's the details of who will be released from the hostages. This is the only way the hostages will get out in real numbers. What kinds of humanitarian assistance, how quantities will Israel allow in, given the horrendous conditions for the Palestinian civilian population? Will Palestinians be able to move back to the north? Where will Israel position itself militarily during this pause? Which Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails, numbers, type of prisoners will be released? That's an awful lot to still get closure on, Marianne.
A lot of questions there. Also, let's talk about Hamas, because you're saying this could be pointing fingers at this point. Hamas says a deal could be reached very soon if Israel agrees to a military withdrawal from Gaza and more aid. So just talking more about where you've been taking us so far, how realistic is that?
You know what I think is the key to understanding this, Marianne? I think the details, if we are not going to get a deal, then of course each side is going to point to the other in terms of why it didn't happen. And we have to remember here that you also have a sovereign state that's an occupying power that has responsibilities on the Israeli side, of course. Hamas, I think the investigations will be clear, violated international law in the nature of the action it undertook on October 7th. Israel, since October 7th, indiscriminately targeting civilians, now in violation of the provisional measures called for by the International Court of Justice in a case of the plausible committing of genocide, has also been in violation of law, international law, every day since.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Entirely in violation of international law. Also, yeah, to BCAT, you know, I know I made a good decision making her a moderator because she's always saying based and intelligent things. We make a lot of money off conflict, and that is 1,000% correct. We've talked about it multiple times. We've looked at the stock price of, what was it, Northrop Grumman? No, the other one. My brain just broke. Lockheed Martin, and like just this is not. I feel like we should do a deeper dive as to exactly how that all plays out, but it's a multi-billion-dollar business.
So if we step back, I think the real question is, will there be leverage in order to get this to end? I think Hamas will accept a ceasefire and a release of those hostages under the right conditions. Will Israel accept a ceasefire and the conditions where they can bring the hostages back? And the determining point might be, because things are quite stalemated on the battlefield, you don't have other levers, the determining point might be whether the Biden administration in the US wants to play the blame game, wants to look as if it cares by doing airdrops which are woefully insufficient, or actually wants to bring this to an end, because the Biden administration has the leverage on the Israeli government, if it stops providing the arms especially, to get terms out of Israel which could be acceptable more broadly and could end this. Thus far, that has not been the position of the Biden administration. And that is really the dynamic we're in here more than anything else.
And you're speaking to us, of course, as a former negotiator. We are looking at a timeline. The clock is ticking. Both parties want an agreement before Ramadan. That's a week from now. So,
and remember, this was just earlier today. So Israel hadn't yet reneged on the deal, right? And so he's speaking from the position of there's still a deal on the table. Israel hasn't changed their stance on things, or at least up to this point. And yeah. Oh yeah, sorry FG, I didn't even see that one. That's, yeah, I know the math of it would mean that 50 of those drops would have to happen per day just to keep up. Yeah, and it's kind of a publicity stunt, if you will. Uh-oh. You're gonna attempt to do some sort of phone witchcraft over here, Morbius? Okay, good luck to you. Good luck to you. I hope it works.
Thinking more as your with your experience as a former negotiator, what is the most important thing that needs to get done in order for this deal to be done?
It really depends whether there can be a compelling enough case made that despite the commitment and intentions of Israel to continue the war, that there is a strong reason to believe from the Palestinian Hamas side that the war could end. And then it's a question of pushing through on the final details. However, Ramadan beginning, the holy month beginning, is not a magic date. And if more is not done to change that equation, and especially because there is a debate inside Israel, not over whether they should do the mission or not in general, but there is a debate over whether to prioritize the hostages and whether this narrative of total victory, which is totally unrealistic, is something they should still pursue. There is some exhaustion in the military side. Is Israel going to go with the Netanyahu permanent war vision, or are they going to be reined back in? And the more they are allowed to act with impunity and to believe they have a permanent war option, the more likely they are going to prefer the blame game to the getting this done. And that's why, one of the reasons why you have the families of the hostages marching on Jerusalem.
The people in Palestine cannot afford a permanent war in any way, shape, or form right now. And that is a fact. Humanity can't afford this to go on indefinitely. It's just to think of it that way. And the fact is Israel literally has essentially kind of proven him right already 11 hours later by declaring that Hamas needs to give them more stuff than what was originally promised. Even though Hamas was on the brink of saying yes, they said that a ceasefire within the next 24 to 48 hours was foreseeable. And yeah, they just want to push the goalpost further and further and further. And it's gross. It's beyond hawkish. It's genocidal. You missed a stream with the Trump co-defendant tier list? Well, thankfully, since I'm still building this channel, I'm leaving all of my live videos up for now, and so you can go back and watch that. I was planning on clipping it, haven't done it yet, but at some point I will hopefully do that as well. But I figured I would at least give it a thumbnail that was accurately descriptive enough to get people to know what it was. So yeah, I mean, it took a long ass time, so I'm just gonna point that out to you. It was a labor of love.
To their government, prioritize our hostages, because that is something that Netanyahu has conspicuously not done, which isn't to say there are not things Hamas have.
I don't think anybody, and just to be clear, and I'm certainly not doing this, but I don't think anybody in chat is doing this either, Wireless. But like, I think we can all agree that Palestinians getting the food is a good thing. Net positive, no argument there. People who are starving getting food, I couldn't be more in favor of that. Like, it would be like asking me, like, are you in favor of puppies or like sunshine and rainbows? And I'd be like, yes, I'm 100% in favor of those things. Same way, same idea. What was I saying? But yeah, no. I just hope that you know that that's certainly not where I stand, and I don't think I see anybody in here saying that either. But I could be wrong, and this chat has taken over the stream. So sometimes I am not adequately prepared to read all your messages as I do what I do.
But I do think that Hamas have set out a position which, we have to be honest, is not unreasonable, which is to have a ceasefire. I'm not saying October 7th was reasonable, but the negotiating position today is not unreasonable.
Let's talk about just looking forward. Talk of this two-state solution very much revived in the past few months. This is an idea that didn't work before. We don't know what this means looking forward. Why is this something Western nations are still coming back to if there aren't new ideas brought to the table? Where does that leave this conflict?
I think you put your finger on it, Marianne. I see very little value or seriousness or intellectual honesty, let alone political honesty, in the return to talk of a two-state outcome. When
I'm sorry, and we're gonna back this up 30 seconds because I've been thinking about what you said, wireless, and I just thought of like some examples of what I kind of trying to get at, right? And that's that something can be good and also a publicity stunt, right? Something can be beneficial and still not enough, right? And they're not mutually exclusive. You know, for instance, like I have a lot of complaints about NGOs and like nonprofits being sort of a place for the rich to gain tax benefits and to pretend to be doing good things. But the fact is that some NGOs, most NGOs actually do facilitate some good things. But the fact is that they also need to be probably treated differently tax-wise so that it's not just a vehicle for billionaires to jettison loose cash at and to make themselves feel better, but to actually truly be, you know, do you get what I'm saying here? Because, like, obviously, like, I am in favor of Palestinians getting food. I just think it's important to point out that it's being touted by the mainstream media as like a literal godsend, and like the U.S. is finally like doing everything it needs to do, but it was only enough to feed like 5% of all the Palestinians that are currently undernourished right now, and we have to keep it in perspective, right? So that we don't forget that it is not enough. It is something, and we should be glad that something is happening. But it's like saying during like slavery that at least some slaves are now free, but not all of them, right? And that's really all I'm trying to get at with this diatribe of mine.
Looking forward, why is this something Western nations are still coming back to if there aren't new ideas brought to the table? Where does that leave this conflict?
I think you put your finger on it, Marianne. I see very little value or seriousness or intellectual honesty, let alone political honesty, in the return to talk of a two-state outcome when they are not suggesting to do anything different to what was done in the past. This collapsed in significant measure because Israel could do everything to undermine a two-state outcome with no costs or consequences. And therefore, the Israeli public, who were told, listen, whatever you think of the Palestinians, human, subhuman, and this was the language being used, we can't get away with it. We're going to have to give them their state. And then Israel saw that it could build more settlements. It could entrench occupation. It could displace Palestinians. It could put in place a system which the blue chip human rights organizations in the world, Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and 25 states at the International Court of Justice has said is a system of apartheid. And the likes of Canada, the US, Western Europe would all sit around and say, we will not hold you to account. Maybe occasionally we'll use some rhetoric to say, really, finger wag, you shouldn't do this. But everything else went on as usual. And in this asymmetrical type of conflict, in this balance of power, if the party that is permanently in occupation and denying Palestinian rights is not held to account and feels it can get away with it, then unfortunately, and this is what we've experienced, unfortunately, the politics gets more and more extreme until you have the likes of latter-era Netanyahu and these guys, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, who don't flinch at the accusation of apartheid. They wear it as a badge of pride. You have them in government. So unless Palestinians can choose a leadership that really represents them, unless the monopoly of the US is changed, and unless Israel is held to account for preventing Palestinian rights, I don't think the new-found talk of peace and two states is any more serious than the failures of the last decades.
Yeah, and I think it's an important point to make that America isn't doing everything it can to stop the genocide until it withholds military aid to Israel, and it makes some sort of a line in the sand. And up to this point, 0 lines have been drawn. It has only been platitudes, from what I can tell. Okay, that video is done. What else do I have planned for today? Oh, this one's rough. Okay. I guess this is the next one.
He's excited about the ice.
Touch. Why can't I? Can't have something cheery for you on Sunday FUNDAY. It's supposed to be fun, chat, but I keep finding and having more atrocities for you to look at. You pause to say you love hanging out in a crowd that debates how to help the most rather than if we should help. I appreciate that. If I can provide an atmosphere that allows for those sorts of intelligent debates, I feel I will have done something. Yeah, BCat's right. He did circumvent Congress to send them more weapons. That's factually accurate. That is factually fucking accurate.
For more on this, we've reached Daniel Levy.
Whoopsies.
He's a former Israeli peace negotiator.
Next.
Very positive, and I feel like...
Wait, no, these are out of order.
Sweden can control.
These are out of order. You bastard. Hold on, chat. I gotta do a couple things to get myself more together here. This is what happens, though. I think we all know this. The end of the stream, I get myself kind of discombobulated, mostly due to the fact I've added things to my list while doing my job here. You've missed some chat? Well, it's good to have you back. Good for Gabby. As always. Where are we? Okay, so this one is sticking with Gaza, but in a different context. So let's watch this AP video that came out 41 minutes ago about this 4-year-old Gazan boy who now gets a quote-unquote second chance in the U.S. after losing both his family and his arm.
He's excited about the ice.
Touching snow for the first time brings a rare smile to 4-year-old Omar Abu Quake's face.
Do you like it?
His parents and sister were killed by an Israeli airstrike in December. Omar was pulled from the rubble, but he lost his left arm.
صعب كانت الريحة ريحة الموت كانت وريحة الدم كتيرة. أنا عمر عارف وين ما كانش على السرير في المستشفى كان ورا الباب على الفرشة على الأرض نايم.
In January, Adib Shawaki used his decade of crisis zone experience to get Omar out of Gaza for treatment. The United Nations estimates that at least 8,000 people are in need of medical evacuation in Gaza.
He's the lucky one who was able to get here, but there is many Omars over there.
Omar's aunt accompanied him to the U.S., leaving behind her husband and 3 children in a tent refugee camp in southern Gaza.
أولادي كانوا بيحبوا عمر كتير كانوا يقولوا لي إحنا مش
My kids love Omar so much. They told me we're not children anymore. Go, let Omar get treated. It's what's best for him. It's his only chance. Oh,
that chance was in New York, where Elisa Montanti arranged for Omar to receive medical care. Montanti has been helping children for nearly 30 years, but said that because of how divisive the war is, others warned her about helping.
It's about children. It's about the innocence. It doesn't matter. So when, I was, approached to say, well, gee, maybe, there's protests, I said, we're helping a child. We're not talking about politics here.
Omar was fitted for his new arm last week at Shriners Children's Hospital in Philadelphia.
You see it? Huh? When you move?
Look, nice. This arm is nice.
The next day, with scars from shrapnel still healing on his face, Omar and his aunt boarded a plane to Cairo.
This is
Abu
so
Quake
difficult
says
to
she's not
watch.
quite sure
Oh my
what
god.
comes next.
Oh, this poor mother is crying right now. It's gonna make me cry. Okay, I'm holding it together, chat. I'm holding it together. I'm a big boy.
أنا مش متخيلة عمر بعد ما يخلص علاجات
I cannot imagine after Omar is done with his treatment that I go back to Gaza.
إني أنا أرجع في غزة، إيش حياته حتكون؟ وين مستقبله؟
David Martin, The Associated Press, New York.
Good job. Beautiful work.
Pause, please.
Very positive and
Pause, please. Okay. It's not that simple. Biden can't just walk away from a treaty that was signed into agreement 50 years ago. There's more of it than that, and more than he can explain here. I'm not here to say that we should just throw out treaties willy-nilly, but I do believe treaties should be treated on a case-by-case basis, and with time and evidence can be dissolved or at least re-examined. And in this case, I do feel that it was short-sighted and hasty, at least in my opinion. And chat and everybody else is I'm fully willing to hear their disagreements on, but it's just my opinion that it was a hasty and bad decision to just do that without examining the situation further. I think just broadly supporting somebody who is being already, at the time, they were already being accused of ethnic cleansing, right? And if that's the case, if you're the president, I expect you to genuinely consider whether or not, and it didn't feel like it. It didn't feel like the administration was taking it seriously. And that's my opinion.
I feel like Sweden can contribute to NATO, and
oh,
yeah,
I forgot to load you all up for this video. That's on me. This next video, so sorry, I got distracted by prevaricating. But this next video is a video from, who is it? CBC News Network Live, which Canadian broadcast, and it is from a day ago, discussing whether or not, or not whether or not, but what Sweden can bring to NATO now that it is joining, as a number of countries, Scandinavian, have been non-NATO members. Okay.
Very happy.
We've been doing exercises and worked together with NATO before, so we had like one foot in the door for a while, so it feels like it was coming, and it's a good thing.
Two Swedish soldiers earlier this week saying they're happy their country is the newest member of NATO. The final roadblock has been cleared for Sweden's entry into the military alliance, making it...
That's a great question, and I'm going to have to back it up because I was reading chat again, you know, as I do often. The number one question, will Israel stop if Hamas meets all their demands? Well, we just found out a second ago, Morbius, that they've decided not to stick by the current rules of the treaty that was being agreed upon. Like, literally showed up, I would think we must have watched it like a half an hour ago now. And they've already said no to the deal. So that was the number one question up until just now, I guess. Well, although I guess it still applies because they're asking for more stuff from Hamas. But when will they stop asking for stuff, right? And the previous video, 2 videos ago, I think, with Daniel Levy, who was talking about the forever war that it seems that Israel wants. And, you know, that kind of definitely leads into that question. It's illegal. Yeah. I understand what you're trying to say about the approval of Congress, Wireless Mike. I'm certainly not saying that the Congress shouldn't be involved in the situation. But that didn't that the opposite of that happened because he went around Congress when he couldn't get aid. So,
for a while, so feels like it was coming, and it's a good thing.
2 Swedish soldiers earlier this week saying they're happy their country is the newest member of NATO. The final roadblock has been cleared for Sweden's entry into the military alliance, making it the 32nd country to join. And Sweden's entry into NATO ends more than 2 centuries of neutrality for the Scandinavian country. So what does it bring to the table, and what does it mean for NATO's adversaries like Russia? For his perspective, I'm joined by Robert Baines. He's the president and CEO of the NATO Association of Canada. So, Robert, just break this down for us, the benefit that NATO gets by having Sweden as part of its ranks.
Well, thanks very much for having me. First of all, I think we should just take a quick step back. How did this all come about? Both Sweden and Finland, as you say, 2 centuries of neutrality ended because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Suddenly, that totally changed the security dynamic of Europe. And both Finland and Sweden decided that it was far more impressive for them.
Morbius dropped his phone. And Gabby says, "We're shook up. Please don't drop us again." Wow, chat. Ever the comedians, all of you.
To be part of this alliance than just working with it. So Sweden itself, obviously in the north of Europe, on the North Sea, it's got a significant history of working with NATO on all of its exercises in the past. And so what it gives to NATO is so much. It has a tremendous industrial capacity. It's helping NATO right now. Most NATO members are all clamoring for more military equipment because we've been donating so much to Ukraine. Our stockpiles are depleted. So every bit of industrial stability or capacity we can get, we're really working to ramp those up. So Sweden brings that with Saab especially. They have a tremendous air force of 100 Gripen fighter jets. That is very valuable to NATO, making sure that's integrated into the defense plans of the alliance. They also have submarines, which is not always that common a capacity for NATO countries. Submarines, especially in the north, are going to be very valuable for the coming stages of Russia's invasion.
This has a lot of implications, folks. Russia has been adamant about Finland and Sweden not joining NATO. I'm pretty sure it's both of them. They're not in NATO because they're in the Northern Sea. What is it? The Arctic Ocean? Shit, my geography just broke inside my brain just now. Probably because I don't think about the Arctic that much. But yeah, like what he's talking about in terms of submarine capabilities and all that stuff. Russia has, I think, like verbatim, essentially said that either Finland or Norway or Sweden joining. Wait, hold on. I gotta look at the freaking list now because I think I might be wrong about what I'm saying. But they've been strongly opposed to any of the Nordic countries joining because of their access to the sea up there, as well as their proximity to Russia's borders. Well, who's in here? Yeah. Oh, no, Finland is the one I was wrong on. I knew I was wrong about one of them. Finland is in NATO. Yep, called it.
Okay. Ensure that the north of Europe is secure. They also have a great deal of intelligence as well. And NATO, of course, deals with intelligence in a centralized capacity.
Oh, and the reason I was wrong about Finland is because they joined in 2023. It was very recent, and so in my mind, they still weren't part of it. But yeah, that happened, didn't it? Huh.
Every NATO nation gathers it from their own point of view and then makes the alliance better by putting them together and collaborating on what to do on that intelligence. But perhaps the most important is the unity that shows for standing up against Russia. I think that can't be underscored enough. We need more unity. Canada is part of that, but right now it just shows great morale and shows the right side of history that NATO is on.
Yeah, you touched on this a little bit here, but I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit more about geographically why Sweden is an asset here, and sort of the piece of the puzzle when you put Sweden in with other NATO nations and what that means for Russia.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Sweden is quite a large country in the north. It now kind of encapsulates almost the entire of the North Sea. And it does make what's called a NATO lake now, with only a small little bit of it open to Russian ports. But that kind of meme has been going around the internet quite a bit, that this is now a NATO lake. The security that brings, the kind of awareness, situational awareness, the kind of resilience that having Sweden in the alliance brings. You have to remember that NATO for the past 10 years has been building its ability to respond to the unexpected. When Russia first invaded Ukraine and took Crimea in 2014, they did so in a kind of a very unexpected hybrid way, utilizing all sorts of different methods, not kind of the usual just marching right in, but they used all sorts of little green men, as you remember. They used all sorts of different political signals to confuse. And they were able to really exploit that inability to respond to the unexpected. Well, since that time, NATO's been just doubling down on their ability to respond in many different ways. And the kind of communication, collaboration, and situational awareness that every extra ally brings to the alliance makes the whole thing a lot stronger. So it's extremely valuable to the alliance.
But you know, you mentioned Sweden's neutrality, hundreds of years of neutrality. How prepared are they if there was to be a potential conflict to actually go to war?
Well, they'd contribute different things. As I mentioned already, their Air Force is exceptional, as is their Navy.
Yeah, it's not shocking to hear that Donald Trump lost to Nikki Haley in D.C. specifically, because Nikki Haley is much more like mainstream Republican, and those are the sort of folks that you get in D.C., not really MAGA type Republicans, I would say. So yeah, that's not shocking at all to me, but I don't think she has any chance of beating Trump, not even close. Not even in her wildest dreams. Well, maybe in her wildest dreams, but not in reality.
I don't want reality.
Good point. Good point, Mark Mullins. You don't want reality. So many raptors in chat. It's a beautiful thing that I do like to see. People are getting tired. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Well, we just finished that video. And I just want to do something now. Let's see here. Go here. Bring this over here. Okay. So, I know I've been saying it, but I'm going to say it again. Thank you all for coming to the stream and being here for this experience, and getting into discussions with each other, although sometimes they seem to, you know, maybe get a little out of hand, but hopefully we all know how to pull ourselves back. But I just wanted to say that thanks to all of you people, my numbers over here have been doing amazing things. If you look here, this is the watch time hours, which have absolutely gone crazy. Yesterday, on Saturday, the stream we did yesterday did 45.5 hours, which I was shocked by from one stream that was only 4 hours long. My views have also gone crazy over here, and same thing for subscriber count, which has gone up way super fast, at least in terms of, you know, like where I started off a couple weeks ago. And yeah, so thanks to everyone here. And if you haven't already, do join the Discord that I created recently. That said, that's all the news I have for you folks. We could hang out, we could just have fun, but I've been going for nearly 6 hours, which is much longer than my average streams, so I think I'm gonna call it a day. So sorry, chat, so sorry. But remember, if you are a subscriber on either Twitch or Patreon, as I'm not currently monetized on YouTube, you can definitely get your face or picture or emote put here in Space Pool, where I like to hang out poolside, sipping Mai Tais, relaxing and having a good time. And if you want to be here with me, well, there's a way to do it. Anyway, yeah, I think that's it for me here, folks. I'm gonna sign off, and we will have to see each other tomorrow. Okay. Do. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Do that. Thank you, Mona. I too am glad. It's a labor of love, and it's good to see the feedback and the numbers, if you will. Oh God. Another crazy day. My eyes are starting to hurt from staring into the abyss for so long. It's been fantastic having all of you here, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Oh God. Perhaps we'll be able to fix something next time, but today I feel like we went backwards somehow. It's like we're going up some sort of metaphorical treadmill of endless pain. Perhaps next time we'll be able to do something. Till I see you next, you stay glassy. Galactic Stream Nation. P.S. Tell your wife, tell your kids, tell your best friend. Galactic Stream Lord's on the case.